you take any kind of medication that I should be aware of? Not to say you seem mentally ill or anything, although you do give off slight retard vibes from time to time. See, stuff like that. Only somebody born with an excessive number of chromosomes would see a glowing alien interface and start pressing buttons.
Bro, imagine hawking a loogie from all the way up here.
Were you born premature or something?
No, cesarean, I think.
My friends, rejoice! You have found it! This is the server reset button. It will set the server back to its original state, eliminating all traces of the brain rot. All we need to do now is find the server settings, and I will be able to reset the server. So let's hurry up and get to work, homie!
What of the E-girl?
She's mine. Well, this is one hell of a shithole. Ah, my fucking knees. Oh, for God's sake, these were my new Jordans.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful night tonight. Interesting news. I was about to click the live button. It's still my fault, but it's not entirely my fault. I was about to click the live button, and then Brassfax server got nuked, which is heckin' lame, super tragic, very sad, and probably not the last server to get nuked. Probably not the last community to get disrupted by outside forces spamming, using all sorts of other tools to pick the quote-unquote hornet's nest, though I don't think that that is a particularly wise move, considering I'm a little guy. I'm a small little itty-bitty channel. I don't got too many friends in the industry, almost no friends in the industry whatsoever. I'm pretty isolated. Brass and Hop and some of the other guys are, quintuple my size, with massive audiences, massive friends in the industry. I mean, not the same level of some other people, but certainly much larger than mine. So perhaps not the best long-term play, but best of luck to PSI and his alternative goons out there. Totally gooning to taking down another Discord server right now. But before we get into that and a bunch of other wacky shenanigans, Richard and Renan, how's your night going?
It's going good.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Where were you when Braxfax server was killed? That's what I want to know.
I was under a crawl space.
Oh, that sounds like a wonderful time.
He was hiding from the Gestapo that were coming for the Brassvac server.
I heard they checked the attic first, so.
Yeah, head underground to the basement. That's a good move. Good move. Hiding under the floorboards. Pro tip. Lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah.
All right. Well, before we get into everything, things are moving along swimmingly this week. Hope everyone's having a good Friday night. We have a couple quick little updates, smaller things, and then we're going to get into American Zoomers and hope for the future, and a little thing called the mixtape from, what's it called? PSA. That's the one. PSA. I always forget their company name. It's too similar to somebody else's. All right, before we get in, though, we got some support here we'll work through. Subarctic Psycho for 2 says John is a poopy head. That is tragically mean, sir. Very, very mean, sir. That is perhaps the harshest words people have ever used against me to date. But I appreciate it, Subarctic. Huge Ass for 5 says, I can't make the live stream tonight, boys. I'll catch you on the VOD. Well, we will catch you later. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night, good sir. Hope you have a good day tomorrow as well. Thank you, Huge Ass. Subarctic Psycho for another 2 says, Tag, you're it. He's playing a good guy right now, but just know that underneath that kind, inviting exterior is that little face just ready to unleash itself. Thank you, Subarctic. Our Vandalay for 2 says, the last mixtape I cared for had Hoobastank on it. True. Yeah, heck yeah. Let's bring it back to the early 2000s. Thank you, Art Vandalay. Subarctic Psycho for 2 says, haha, got your nose. For some reason, I think he's less than genuine in his critiques, or in his nice little euphemisms.
He's gonna snap, man.
Hey, yeah, there's a lot of rage under that. A lot of rage under that. That's what I'll say. Sea Runner for 2 says, oh, so lateth, oh, so gayeth. True, we were late. I was, just checking in on the homies, making sure everybody's doing all right. Vandalay for 5 says, what if we start streaming on Sabbath so PSI can't report the stream? What, are we saying that he takes a certain day of the week off as commanded by an Abrahamic religion? What do you mean, Art Vandalay? Appreciate that, sir. Thank you for the 5. The Lightspore for 2 is a Napa timing, that being a North American pavement ape. But hey, I appreciate that. Thank you for that, the Lightspore. Subarctic Psycho for another 5 says, I bet you can't touch your nose with your tongue, poopy head. You know what? You sound like my 5-year-old. That is exactly how my 5-year-old talks. And then he'll run away, and then he'll, many shenanigans, except you're a adult man with a gun. So it's a little bit different in context. Everyday American for 5 says, with all this PSI garbage going on, my 2A absolutism has died a little each day. Maybe not everyone needs rights. Well, I mean, listen, I don't think most people are absolutist in anything, right? Because, I mean, if you believe that criminals should be in prison or dead, right? If you believe in punishment of any sort, then you do believe of depriving people of rights. Simple as, right? It's the rest of the panel absolutist in rights. Can they even define a right?
In a perfect world, maybe. But we don't live in that kind of a world, and I just don't think that. I just don't think that we can treat everyone equal when you have people out there who clearly want to harm and kill and destroy your way of life, and just because who you are.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do something about it.
When it comes to 2A absolutism, I would say great in ideology. In reality, it's not.
Yeah, it sounds really nice to the enlightened libertarian mind until you realize that material evil exists and wants to take advantage of you, right? And will do things to you, your children, your family, your country, your nation, so on and so forth, unless you put a stop to it. So treating everyone as equal and as intelligent and as rational, like, presupposes that people are actually moral and rational when that is simply not the case. Like, a libertarian will tell you that he can he can rationalize with a mob of people coming after him, right? That no, listen, if I only can explain to them logically why my solution is better, and they just look at you and they're like, well, no, I just want your stuff, bro. It's not that deep, dog. Just give it to me.
Well, I think Kyle Rittenhouse rationalized with the mob pretty well.
Thank you, Everyday American. Chud for 2 says, is PSI top or bottom with Carl the Cuck Casarda?
Not bottom, because he would be crushed.
Well, they do a little 69ing.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that name? Thank you, Chud, for the 2. I think they're switcherinos in multiple ways. Pauly B for $61.
You're getting called a slur. I don't know which one. Whichever one I feel like saying at the moment. You're getting called a slur.
Pauly B says, short time listener, first time super chatter. Oh, I need scissors. There we go. Comment, keep up the fire for the gun community, Christians and Americans. Question, what was the intro song? Shazam and Soundhood both failed me. Well, thank you very much, Pauly B. That is an insanely generous donation. The intro song is like a remix of like a soundboard that I have of like all sorts of like little, like crazy little like movie sound effects, and then it's remixed with Suno to be an actual song. So that's just the way it turned out. So it's not like I can send you the file, but you're not going to find that anywhere.
It's original.
Yeah. Well, it's original, as in it's like a collection of movie sound effects, like the swishes, like the trailer sounds and stuff like that, and then remixed with Suno with like prompts like, hey, make it have a new metal outro or whatnot, and that's what it came up with. But thank you very much for that, Pauly. That was insanely generous of you. Andrew Webb for 2 says, I pray PSI finds Christ and stops this madness. Well, listen, if we could get back to normal programming, that would be great. But until then, carry on with whatever it happens to be. And you should always pray for your enemies, pray for those who hate you. And in that way, God can be glorified. And, as it says, in showing them kindness, heap coals upon their heads. Thank you, Andrew Webb. Nick for 2. We'll catch the VOD later. Cider is better. It is indeed. I agree. Cider is far better than the other festive alternatives that could be out there. Far less calorie dense as well. For some of you dense mofos in the chat. But, listen, I just saw Mr. Guns and Gear post this, and I live in South Dakota, and there are these elevators everywhere for grain or whatever it happens to be. And I used to like have to drive for Amazon delivery, and you'd be around these things all the time and just be like, well, I wonder what happens if one of those things collapses. And so this is very personal to me because, like, damn, those towers are in some cases like hundreds and hundreds of feet tall. So that is a metric crap ton of grain and soy just filling the air everywhere. And it is also harvesting season, so these are probably pretty full.
Well, you can see there is an ignition in the tower too. They're very lucky that all of that aerosol grain didn't catch fire, because I've seen them go up in a big blaze before.
No, they can turn into a bomb, which is funny. I forget why that is. It's because dust becomes so
it's all flammable. Yeah,
it's so flammable, and it's like almost compressed in a way.
It's called stoichiometry. It's a very interesting thing.
Yeah, you get that little explosion right there just because of, you have tens of thousands of pounds of concrete and metal falling, sparks and whatever else might be, right? And so, yeah, no, that very quickly could have turned into a bomb and taken out everything and everyone in the area. Farmers and EMS personnel saw an alarming bulge. Sometimes I also see alarming bulges. In a soybean grain bin, and the farmer began removing the soybeans from the bin to transfer to another bin with the plan of destroying the bin after all the soybeans were removed. The soybeans had a different plan, though, and shifted during removal, and everyone on site realized it was an unsafe situation, which is where the video begins. And at least they saved money on the demolition, but all they saved on the cleanup is going to have to go into, all they saved on the demolition is going to have to go into cleaning that up because that is going to be a miserable mess. Yeah, and you can see a little flash right there. Yeah, that's a dangerous little situation right there. Kind of cool. Something else that's also kind of cool is that while the government is shut down, which I continuously forget that the government is actually still shut down because it's like nothing changes for me and for like 99% of people out there. Now, I know if you're somebody who has a federal job that's on furlough right now, obviously it's going to be much harder for you and your family. And it's very trying. Totally understand that. But for the average of us, we're not particularly affected by the government shutdown, almost like they don't do anything in the first place. But today, it's announced that breaking following our work with President of the United States Justice Department, I don't know who that is, Jim Jordan, and Representative Ben Klein, the ATF's NFA examiners are returning to work Monday to resume application processing. This is a major relief for lawful gun owners and a win for 2A rights amid the shutdown. So they are getting reclassified, the examiners for the ATF, because of course the ATF has been shut down in terms of their background checks for suppressors, SBRs, Form 1s, Form 4s, whatever it might be, right? That has all been put on hold while the government is shut down, but instead they're being now reclassified as essential so that they can go back to work and work through the backlog of suppressors and whatnot. So if you're somebody who bought a suppressor, SBR, or you're just waiting on generic ATF paperwork, you can now get all of that stuff running again. So there will probably be a couple week delay if I had to guess, but they will get right back to work on that. Now, I'm not sure if many of you guys out there right now are buying suppressors as of right now when the tax stamp goes away in like 70 days. So if you can wait just a little bit longer, you'll save yourself $200 and don't have to give that to the ATF or to the general fund where I think it actually goes. But I think it's probably a better idea just to wait right now in general.
People were predicting kind of an influx of sales in the first couple months of next year, but we'll see. I mean, there's also a lot of outfits that are giving you $200 discounts on your suppressors right now to try and make up for the cost difference.
Well, I think they're trying to maintain sales because I'm pretty sure sales took a sharp dip.
They did.
Once it was noted that, hey, by the way, in January, the $200 tax stamp goes away. So people who are not time sensitive are just going to say, well, if I was going to get a suppressor tomorrow, I'll just wait till January to get it. So suppressor companies see their sales drop by like 20, 30%. And they're like, I have a payroll to fill. So we eat the $200 cost and we give them free tax stamps. And you did see a lot of companies offering a free $200 tax stamp to try and maintain sales, right?
Yeah, most of my FFLs have told me that their suppressor sales have ground to almost a complete stop.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I mean, Shields, not too long ago, they did a free tax stamp on all their suppressors. So anything in stock at Shields, you could get a free tax stamp on, and they would cover it for you, which is really nice. And right now they're doing $100, $150 gift cards. So it's kind of a free tax stamp. So they're trying to move product. Now, talking about suppressors, you guys know Tuna Can, right? Maybe I should pull up their Instagram. Tuna Can suppressors. They're supposed to be like the cheapest, kind of well-made suppressors out there, I guess. Let me see. Tuna Can suppressors. Where are they?
Was it Hawkeye or Jake that was really talking them up?
Oh, it's Jake. Jake loves Tuna Can suppressors. Oh, did r/suppressors just get banned? It did. I didn't realize r/suppressors was banned. Yeah, I tried to click on that Reddit link and it said it was banned. My bad.
Whoa.
All right, sorry. Won't do that again. Okay. Everybody's getting banned tonight. Tuna Can. Come on.
The real crystal knocked, boys.
Yeah, everybody's getting kicked out. Nobody can talk at all. I'm sad. Okay, and why isn't? Oh my gosh. Tuna Can. I wish Instagram didn't suck for searching. Because it's like trying to find their actual page is a nightmare. Because it doesn't just pop up when you search in Tuna Can. Of course not. Even though I follow them. Even though they follow me. Unbelievable. But Tuna Can, they are going to be releasing some really, really cheap suppressors, SHOT Show timeframe, so early next year. They've offered to send me a couple suppressors and a bunch of other people suppressors. Now, usually I don't take suppressors for review. I don't take any items for review. But in this case, because I think it will be a very high value item for a lot of you guys, even if they're just mediocre, I think it's fine to do some testing on it and then eventually just give it away to somebody, right? For a $0. You have to pay a tax stamp on it or a transfer fee. But I know you want one, Jake. You're Tuna Can's top guy, all right? But unfortunately, I simply just can't pull up their account right now because it is apparently not working. Yeah, Instagram just sucks. I can't even show you Tuna Can suppressors. I'm trying to. But they're very cheap. Think like what? $2.99 MSRP, something like that, or 5.56 cans, stainless steel, aluminum, whatever it might be for the different calibers. So they're very inexpensive, and you'll have more options for suppressors with no tax stamps or with $0 tax stamps next year.
Yeah, I think in the $200 tax stamp has really kept manufacturers from filling that price point. It's like, why pay double the price in tax for what the suppressor's actually worth? Just go up a couple, quality brackets.
Well, even a $400 suppressor was $600.
Yeah.
And if it's $600, you might as well be $800, right? Because you're already paying a lot of money for something. But now, like $299, $399, $250, I think you're going to see a lot of people picking up or like filling that low end market suppressors.
Serialized oil filters, man.
Because the spoiler alert, they're not that expensive to make. So I think you're going to see a lot of low end competition. All right. Well, talking about PSI for a second, because he hasn't, at least as far as I'm aware, he hasn't claimed credit for the BrassFacts Discord getting nuked. But the BrassFacts Discord did get nuked, which is much larger than mine. Very unfortunate that several thousand people no longer have access to that server after getting mass reported, mass botted, flagged by PSI and his cronies, which is exactly what happened to mine. And I wonder if, let me see here. Nope, no new additions yet from Mr. PSI, but very tragic. Almost certainly a violation of Instagram's terms of service, which is, unfortunate, but c'est la vie. We'll see what can be done in the coming weeks and days to prevent this. Now, as far as my personal gripe against PSI, he's specifically pointing out my public profile, stating my full name, stating what matches I go to, and he's even confirming. He posted this the other day, which I really just dislike this. He's saying exactly where I shoot matches at. So leave my name out of it. But Campbell shoots at Andy Erickson's club all the time for locals and won't shoot Sundays for religious reasons. So this guy, whoever sent this to PSI, so yes, I do shoot at Andy Erickson's clubs in, where is that? That's in Canton. I shoot there probably twice a month, usually. And Andy is the Area 3 director for USPSA. There's like 12 of them or something like that, or 16 of them. They're on the board, whatever. He's a cool dude, no problems with Andy. However, this means that whoever this guy is who sent this to PSI, he's one of the like 6 people that I know personally that I've said I don't shoot on Sunday for religious reasons. Because if I shoot on Sundays, I don't go to church. I want to go to church, so I don't shoot on Sundays. So I shoot the Thursday night matches at Canton and some of their other matches that they have. So it's funny. I know who this guy is who's sending this info off to PSI, and I've shot with this guy before, but he won't say anything to my face, and we never had a problem with anybody there. So just one step closer to outright doxing me where I live, where my family lives, and saying, hey, this guy, this evil Nazi man, like lives in this area. Somebody should go have a word with him, or somebody should go change his attitude or something, right? So putting myself, my family in harm's way, not something I particularly enjoy. Thanks for that.
Well, it's ironic too. He's saying "safe community, safe ranges" motto, right? And it's like, well, why would you post this information publicly if he didn't intend for it to be damaging in some way?
Oh yeah, well he wants to know exactly. He wants people to know exactly where I live, exactly where I shoot, exactly where I go. He wants me banned from USPSA. He wants me banned from SHOT Show. He wants me banned from Discord. He wants me banned from YouTube. He wants me banned from Instagram. Everywhere, right? So he wants me completely deplatformed and gone, right? That's one thing, or dead. That would probably be the most preferable thing in his mind. Pathetic. Well, I mean, honestly, what's funny is I've won the last 2 matches there, so maybe he's just upset that he's not winning anymore since I've been there. Maybe that's his problem.
He's shaking his fist from the gutter.
He's like, damn it, John, I took second again. I doubt he's even taking second.
He's just mad he didn't make it out of D class before they banned him.
Taking
Well-
second in a 2-man competition.
In a 2-man division. I play second in production. Smitty Werben Jaeger Manton Jensen for 5 says, I cast a spell of protection. Israel, 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 Israel. May we speak freely and PSI. F off. God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you, Smitty Werben Jaeger Man Jensen for 5. I appreciate that, sir. Best name in the biz. For sure. Heathen from Texas for 2 says, I am here and not late today. Well, considering that was sent at 8:22 p.m., you seem to be very late, good sir. Just an observation on Western time here. Thank you, Heathen. Call sign Brownie Breaker for 5 says, I start ice training in a few days. We'll be talking about them in just a minute. I will be able? I think so. I think he means to say able. That's not how you say able, but I think you mean able rather than Anoa. I think that's probably correct. So in a few days, I will be able to pick my own service rifle. Do you think that the Sons of Liberty Gunworks rifles are worth the hype? God bless, brother. If you're spending Sons of Liberty Gunworks money, which is like now $2,000 for their, whatever they call it, their Mark 1 or whatnot, I would just go with a Geisley Super Duty or a URGI or something like that, man. For the money, I think the Geisleys are going to do everything you need to do with a better bolt and barrel combo. So for me, it would be a Geisley if I was spending that kind of money. But yeah, not that the Sons of Liberty Gunworks are bad, and I've heard great things about the Mark 1. So if you want to pick up a Mark 1, you got the money to do it. Hell yeah, you know. Thank you, call sign Brownie Breaker. Chud for 2 says, Nog is peak winter bulk. Copen C, the cider fergs. Listen, winter is not bulk season. Winter is for going beast mode and cutting. So you cut and you trim down in winter so that you have a summer bod. That's how it goes, okay? Thank you, Chud. Totten Dogs for 2 says, why no pics of EK Preggers? Are we talking about Erica Kirk? Preggers? Why no pics of kids' faces? We know what their kids look like. They've been on TV. She's held her kids. Charlie's held his kids. I'm sure you can go back and find pictures of them pregnant. That's really awkward unless you're referencing something else. Todd and Dogs, I know you're really deep into all the theories, right, surrounding this, which isn't a bad thing, but I just don't know exactly what you're referencing there. Thank you, Todd and Dogs. Not Kim Jong-un for 5 says 2A absolutism works when you don't have splinter cells of communist, proletarian, insurgent groups in major trade hubs. Well, so, I mean, in a homogenous society, in a high trust society, absolutism or universalism works quite well and is the preferable way. However, you have to understand that 30% of the country roughly wants you dead. So allowing them power in your society will not end up well for you and your family. And it is your duty to protect you, your family, and your nation. So again, the absolutism works great, sounds great in a round table of other libertarians fantasizing about what the best world to live in would be. Sounds great on paper, doesn't work in reality. Thank you, not Kim Jong Un, for 5. Chud for 2 says, want to get a Polo 30, but stores only sell gay brands. Yeah, that's the thing too, is a lot of these smaller companies like Tuna Cans and other guys, they need to get into the retail market. They need to be able to get into stores and get in front of people. Because that's what some of these other brands have done. Because even like your normie hunter or your normie guy looking to pick up his first can that just goes into his local gun store, they're never going to see a lot of these other brands, right? So a lot of these companies need to work on actually getting their name out there and getting into store shelves where people can actually buy them and see them. Getting some brand recognition out there. Thank you, Chud. Heathen from Texas for 10 says, is there travel restrictions on suppressors like SBRs? Do I get a 16-inch carbine and a 14.5 pin and weld or a 14.5 and SBR after January? Unsure if it's worth dealing with the restrictions on SBRs. Well, so travel restrictions are very gay. Technically speaking, you're supposed to notify them before you move one way or the other, right? And they're supposed to approve it or something like that. I always do that. I always, whenever I'm crossing state lines with SBRs and suppressors, always follow the rules, and I would recommend you do it too. But that being said, I don't know if I've ever heard of anyone getting prosecuted for that sort of thing. So it is annoying. But if you're going to do a SBR and you're going to do a suppressor, well, you might as well just do both, right? If it's free, it's free. The Lightsport for 2 says, I will hear none of this Hebrew nonsense. I need to actually get that clip because that is a good clip. Thank you, the Lightsport. Andrew Webb for 2 says, this guy is a traitor, referring to this guy who's ratting me out to PSI, saying, yeah, he shoots at my club. He shoots with me all the time. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know who the guy is too. So next time I see you, we're just going to have a little talk and be like, what are you doing? Like you shoot with me, you know me, like this isn't a problem, my man. And if you have a problem, you can just talk to me, dude. This isn't an issue. Jeez. Be a little coward. Be a little spider going behind people's backs. That's for women, not for us. Zanycoat for 5 says, PSI is putting a lot of negative energy out there. One day it's going to come back on him 100-fold. You can take that to the bank. Well, I don't believe in karma, but I do believe in divine justice. And I think that will happen to all of us. So, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. And I think that you piss off enough people and someday people are just going to be like, you know what? We don't really like this anymore. That's just how it is. Thank you, Zanyco. Julian, my longest member for 26 months, says, sent you another reply on Substack, good Sir John. And that message just now is called civil conspiracy. Well, I mean, listen, it's one step away from advocating for violence and doxing me. It's like right there, dude. Really, really close to that. So watch my back, I suppose, huh? Thank you, Julian. I appreciate that. And I will read your message. Mitzvot says, read my Ko-Fi message, damn it. I'm so annoyed. I am so annoyed that the Ko-Fi message is not playing during stream because it's supposed to. It's supposed to be playing this every time somebody sends me a Ko-Fi message, but I will read them. Do not you worry. Do not you worry, good sir. Nick says, I hope that PSI gets his hair combed by a brick in the courtroom. Well, that, my friend, is not appropriate to say about people. Now, I know that you mean in the courtroom, so you mean legally speaking, but that is still not appropriate and not kind to say to people. Good sir. Let me see here. Stephen Harris, Mitz, for $52 says, this is for the thing, also late and gay, but we love you. Get PSI that mofo needs to get legal repercussions. Well, listen, Stephen, very generous of you. I will send you that package, both packages.
You
maybe.
Don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared?
That's right. That's right. But listen, we're going to pursue all the app options we have available to us and see where it goes. And you guys have provided the means to do so. So I think it is only fair. The Lightspore says, I will watch the VOD later, going to the gym with my wife, then having a date night. PSI, you don't know what a gym or a wife is. Those are the things in advertisements that he gets all the time because they know a thing or two about him.
He knows what Jim is. It's his boyfriend.
Oh, why is it spelled so differently?
He's
That's actually funny.
European.
It's European spelling of Jim. That's good. All right. Thank you, Mitzvot. Appreciate it, sir. Madden W says, can you remind me why this guy is going after you again, Trip? Well, actually, let me just play it, I guess. I have it around here somewhere. It's just, he's really upset with jokes and mean words. Or I would even say just words that he considers mean, right? Where's the good one? Is it this one? This is what he posted to his alt account, and this one really triggered him. Ready? This 6-second clip is worthy of getting me doxxed, banned, and murdered in the street right here. Ready? Listen, my stance is very simple on women being allowed to vote. Repeal the 19th. That's my position. There it is, guys. Wow, subhuman trash. Somebody killed that man. Cringe. Cringe, good sir. Thank you, Madden. Appreciate that, sir. Heathen from Texas says, PSI can't handle the uber instincts of my uber autism. Observe. N. Ooh, wow. All right. Thank you for that, Heathen from Texas. World War 3 for 2 says, F that clown. Well, many clowns need many effings, but speaking of other clowns, did you guys see Sean Ryan went full big Palantir the other day, which Sean Ryan, former CIA glow agent, probably still a glow agent. Once a glowy, always a glowy, but this is him on his ex saying, people think Palantir is this spying tool, but that's just not true. Palantir is not about mass surveillance. It's about stitching together information in a way that helps keep people safe. Now, where does that sounds familiar.
Where's that information come from again?
Well, there was another bill, early 2000s. What was it called?
Patriot Act.
Oh, Patriot Act. Wow, that has a great name to it, too. The Patriot Act.
Yeah, if you're
sounds...
against it, you must not be a patriot.
Yeah, duh. I mean, who wouldn't vote for the Patriot Act? But yeah, mass surveillance. It's not about mass surveillance. It's just about stitching together that mass surveillance in a way that helps keep people safe. We're going to use that surveillance to make sure we know everywhere you go, everything you do, everything you say, and, just categorize you and have a file on you and make sure, we keep you safe from yourself, too. The biggest misconception is that they're watching everyone, and that's just not the reality. Well, that's the thing. Anymore, it is not people actually watching you. It is simply the machines. The machines are always listening, always categorizing, and then at some point, it may be passed to a human. But Palantir is much more than that. Palantir is almost completely hands-off, and that's why it's so powerful.
All they have to add in there is, they're not watching everyone. That's just not the reality. They just have to be watching you. Or
well, and I just disagree. Because
right?
I think that it does categorize basically everything, right?
Oh, it does.
And so listen, it's like, well, we're not watching you, John. But when I type in your name into this database, it shows up all the security footage that you've been caught on in the last 30 days. It's like, pretty sure that's the same thing, dog.
It's like the NFA, right? They're like, well, your NFA register is not a registry. It's just keeping track of all the taxes paid. It's like, okay, but it's a registry, right? Like, it's got my name, it's got what I bought, it's got all this information, it's got my fingerprints. It's like, I don't think those words necessarily mean the same thing that they do to them that they do to me.
Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure that's just the same thing, because sure, nobody is actively watching it right up until they are actively watching it and having it all categorized and set up, right? That's the silly thing. That's where I'm like, you're just being disingenuous. You're just being a liar, man. Come on. Oop, this is a play.
This is going to be the newest Patriot Act. Are they spying on us?
No one at Palantir is like, sitting down at their desk and like looking up text messages that their girlfriend sent or something like that. It's just like, that's not what's happening at all.
Do not copyright strike me, Sean Ryan. Do not do that. Do not do that. Okay. All right. All right. I'm moving it up and down. This is fair use, good sir. Please, please.
How did Palantir pop onto your radar?
So I'm not sure. Are you familiar with Incutel, the CIA's venture capital firm?
I am now.
Yeah, it's a really, it's kind of an under the radar thing, but under George.
So listen, guys, it got to start with a CIA operated venture capital firm. It's not sketchy or anything, you know. And it's funny, while he's sitting across from a CIA operative, and then the guy is probably also a 3-letter agency operative, talking about how it's certainly not a mass surveillance system operated by a 3-letter agency. Like, it's just funded, owned, and operated by them. Come on, guys, nothing sketchy here. Come on.
It's so dishonest.
Yeah. It's literally instantaneously the first words. So where did it start? Well, there was the CIA investment firm, and you know, it just out of that brainchild. That's where we got this.
George Tenet, the CIA set up this essentially a venture fund called Incutel, and their job was to scout for technology that would be useful to the mission of the intelligence community. And now they serve a bunch of different customers. You know, they work with the Department of Homeland Security, with the Pentagon. Like, they're kind of all over the place. But at the time,
so this venture capital firm is completely entrenched in all of the government at the highest levels, and also just, you know, pays for Palantir or whatnot. We're just looking for tech startups that might be useful at a future point in time.
You know, there's another word for that, John. It's infiltration.
Yeah.
they had funded.
Also, yeah, Peter Thiel, he's the retard behind Palantir and some of these other things. What a wacky, kind of disgusting human. And what is up with them also completely denigrating like Tolkien's work and being fans of subverting Tolkien's work with things like Palantir and Anduril and these other systems, right? Why are they going after the most based author of the last couple centuries? Yeah, I don't know if you could call Peter Thiel Christian, considering he doesn't know if he wants humanity to endure or not, and he wants to replace us with machines. I don't know if transhumanism and Christian go in the same sentence. Like, what is his conception of God? Is it because some people view God as like the source code, right? Or like this intelligent machine beyond us, and our route to ascension is through machines, right? So Peter Thiel calling himself a Christian while being like anti-human and anti what God has created, I just think that's a contradiction in terms.
Funded a work program for Palantir in a few federal intelligence agencies. And they were doing a roadshow, and they gave a demo that I was at. And I'm like, oh crap, this would literally save me like 20% of the time that I spend every week doing searches in these databases. Because basically the way that I would do it is there are 12 different databases. You go into each one of them, you write a really complex query, and then it would just be running in the background. It's like, all right, well, I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee, go talk to a couple people, and come back and hope that I have an exported CSV file that then I can merge into an Excel spreadsheet and run concatenate functions.
Well, so what is he even saying here? Because if he's like, hey, this database system will allow me to track people so much more efficiently than I used to before, but it's not about surveillance. When I mean, if you're trying to separate it, well, it's just a collection of surveillance, not the surveillance system in and of itself. It's like, well, it's tied together though. You can't get rid of that.
To try to narrow it down. But in Palantir, it was like bringing Google to that siloed intelligence infrastructure where you could just run the search once and it would just return everything instantly. And so in its simplest form, it would have saved me probably a day of work every week. But there was no requirement, as you're familiar, there's no requirement. There was no funding to build anything like this. And so it was really hard to get it brought into the door. So I switched over to the private sector and worked at Palantir instead.
So what? I mean, what? Lot of Palantir's. Everybody's worried about it. Everybody's worried about, are they spying on us? Is this going to be the the newest Patriot Act? I mean, what are they? Are they spying on us? What is it?
So Sean Ryan, for better or worse, lets his guests talk, and it's usually like, wow. And then very simple questions, right? Softball questions, right? He's not trying to corner his guys, right? Which is why he let Shrek, Tim Kennedy, and a dozen other people just say some of the most insane lies you've ever heard repeated online. And Sean will be in the corner like, wow, no way. Really? They're like, those are Sean's normal responses to things. Now, I like his posture. He's like, you guys, like, it's not surveillance, really, is it? You guys wouldn't lie to me, right? Like, people are like worried about like a new Patriot Act or something, but like, listen, operative, you wouldn't lie to me, also an operative, right?
Well, like, what is he expecting to be like? You know what? You got us.
Actually, yes, Sean. Thank you for inviting me on the second largest podcast in the world. Yes, Palantir is about categorizing the everyday actions of all civilians and building a database so vast and efficient that when we want someone, we can have his what he ate for dinner last night at the drop of a hat. That's what it's for, Sean. Thank you for having me on your show. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, I mean, the misconceptions around Palantir are crazy. I mean, they're not bringing any data. The data belongs to the customer. It's just architecture for data management. Like, you have to have some sort of software infrastructure that allows you to store data, search data, explore data, analyze data, structure investigations around that data that are shareable with other people. And these are things that in any normal world, you would be like, yes, we want our warfighters to have the best tools that they can to do the job that we're asking them to do. And so I think a lot of the hysteria.
Now, when he says warfighters, right, because that's kind of like the same misconception about the Patriot Act, right? They're like, you want our guys to have all the information possible to stop the heckin' terrorists. It's like, you want our warfighters to have the best information so that they can be safe overseas. It's like, well, what about all the data collection on American citizens on American soil? So what about that? Right?
Well,
we're not talking about foreign combatants. We're talking about Americans here.
Yeah, everything he just described is like a centralized database and a registry and things that make it so easy for them to actually spy on you, right? Like, I think he's just trying to tiptoe around the definition of spying and redefine it in a way and make it seem like, well, that's not what we're doing. But everything he's describing is like de facto information gathering and collection.
Yeah. Vintage Warfare says the word terrorism is like switching tracks on a railroad. Exactly. It's actually based now. Now, I mean, in a world, like, you can construe it like, if we have this sort of technology to use on foreign assets and foreign armies and foreign enemies, right, and stuff like that. Like, I want these sort of things, I suppose, to be used for good. But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, because it's like, okay, we have all this technology. Unfortunately, knowing our government, they are almost certainly going to use it against us. And in what is it? It's 2025, late 2025. Give it a couple years and we'll see how we all feel about this during the next administration. Okay. When there's a protest that, one side of the aisle doesn't really like too much. And then just miraculously, all those people get black bagged in the next couple weeks. It's like, it's a little sketchy, Maybe we don't want these people to have this sort of power.
Area, like, philosophically, is really troubling, because basically what people are saying is that we, a democratic society, have elected representative government to make decisions about how we should make decisions around the policies that we want to enact to protect our society in the national security context, but we don't want them to have the best tools to do it. We would rather them have crappy stuff that barely works, that we have to hold together with duct tape. And so I think a lot of the concern about Palantir is really, people expressing a concern around democracy. They're saying, I don't believe that the American people can make good decisions about policies.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, I don't want our civil servants to have the tools that they need to actually,
Yeah.
enable the policies that we as a democracy have decided that we want to go after. So it's kind of troubling.
Yeah, I mean, it's every time I talk to any of my buddies that are still in special ops or in intelligence, I mean, they're all raving about Palantir and talking about how, just everything from a javelin shot to a sniper shot to, I mean, targeting, and everybody's raving about Palantir. It's that's using it in war. And, then you have everybody else that's sitting there at home that all they do is complain about it. I mean, where does the misconception come from that they are spying on everything and everyone?
Well, from your own sentence there, the fact that it's all interconnected, right? It's an architecture for data management equals the Patriot Act plus AI, basically, right? So even though it's not the camera itself, it's not the microphone itself, it's not the listening device, it's not the GPS, it's not the drone, right? But it is the collection and management in the most efficient way possible so that people like this guy sitting down here, people in an office somewhere, can be like, hey, I need you to pull up the file on this Jonathan Campbell person, dissident streamer on YouTube. Just give me his file by the end of the day, and then having everything I've ever done or said online compiled. Like, imagine having a system where instead of having to scroll through YouTube videos endlessly to find all of my edgy hot takes or whatnot, you could literally just ask a program to do it, and it would have it back to you in minutes, like a readout, timestamps, video, everything that I've ever said that's edgy or inappropriate or anything else like that. And that's the world we're heading towards.
No, I mean, the media has a lot to do with it. In the early days of Anduril, there was a kind of a profile that was written about the company, and the headline of the story was something like, Anduril is enabling a surveillance panopticon or something like that. It's like, this is just not helpful. Like, that's not what we're doing any more than it was what Palantir is doing. No one at Palantir is like, sitting down at their desk and like looking up text messages that their girlfriend sent or something like that. It's just like, that's not what's happening at all. But I think we're like programmed for hysteria.
Yeah.
And, I do think that this philosophical challenge is very real, that it's really expressing a distrust in democratic institutions. And that's a cultural problem that exists way beyond the scope of what Palantir is being asked to solve.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How long did you spend there?
I was there for 6 years.
6 years?
Yep.
Why did you leave?
Most of the time that I was there, I was working with Shyam Sankar, who trying to figure out how to make the business development engine work. The kind of unfortunate reality is that I showed up and I was the least talented person technically, but the least awkward socially. And so what do? Well, I got put in charge of sales. And so Shyam and I were kind of tasked with.
Well, as AZ Shoot says, Palantir flew its entire board to Israel after October 7th. Do with that information what you will. Yeah, I mean, they're going to use this system all over the world, right? It wasn't it explicitly designed with the IDF in mind, or with Israeli cybersecurity experts? Am I mistaken about that? Wasn't that an article I read somewhere? Did I just pull that out of my head?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard of anything like that before, but that may be very true. I wouldn't be surprised.
Let me look that up. I'm sure I've heard that. Palantir stock price, actually, that's probably a good one. Actually, let me see. What's the 1 month looking like? 160, 1 year. Dog, man. It's almost quintupled in 1 year.
Yeah.
Damn, should have been in on that stuff early, man. But Palantir, Israeli cybersecurity.
Gotta hop on that Anduril stock when they go public.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Interesting. Yes. Actually, as early as last year, Palantir was being developed, or at least being used in Israel, targeting people in Gaza. Very interesting. Yeah, you can find articles in 2024 talking about their use over there. Interesting. Well, I mean, I'm sure they're using all sorts of conflicts around the world to refine and to make it as efficient as possible at tracking down combatants or terrorists, right? But then the problem is, of course, you get defined as a terrorist one day. It's like, oops.
Figuring this out. Really, everything I know about this space, I learned from Dr. Karp, the CEO, and Sham as we were kind of trying to figure it out together. It took us years to like break through the ceiling of, how do you sell really complicated software to the US government? And at the end of that, call it 5.5-year period, I was feeling pretty burned out. But over the time that I had been there, I got to be friends with Peter Thiel, who is the founder of PayPal, the co-founder of Palantir. And Peter just out of the blue asked me if I would come join him at Founders Fund. So not having any interest in venture capital or frankly knowing anything about finance, I kind of jumped ship and joined Peter in San Francisco.
No kidding. Back to as Palantir spying, Joe Lonsdale had a great quote yesterday. He was talking about, if you saw how the government managed data, you would want us in there. And he said, we're the ones watching the watchers. I thought that was.
I mean, that's kind of nefarious too, right? Because the government absolutely mishandles data horrifyingly bad, right? Well, what was it? Was it the Department of, well, at least I know California twice leaked all of their concealed carry holders' addresses twice, which is fantastic. Just publishing the houses of everybody who has a concealed carry license in California. So, and there's been other breaches as well, but the government doing a horrible job managing your data does not mean that, well, actually, I want all of my data to be held by some nefarious third-party CIA operated agency that's not accountable to any one of us, no elected officials. I don't know if that's the solution we're looking for, is instead of having oversight or accountability, at least somewhat, for these elected officials, why don't we just hand it off to somebody of which we have no power over? That sounds like that sounds like the Fed, actually, right? It's like, why don't we just have a third party bank to manage all of our finances that isn't elected, isn't voted upon, anything like that? I
thought that was pretty good because everybody's worried about the watchers. But
yeah, I mean, the reality is like the idea behind Palantir was that there shouldn't be a trade-off between doing your job well and like protecting privacy and civil liberties. That's like the entire founding story of the company, is that for anyone with a brain that has an engineering background, you don't believe you have to make that choice.
Yeah.
That's a false choice. We can do both of these things. There's all sorts of critiques that you can make that, I would critique myself for in the role that I was in at Palantir as well. As like, maybe we didn't do a good enough job telling the story. Maybe we tried to be a little bit too secretive. Maybe we could have like been more out and, showing people what it is that we were doing. Obviously there's limitations to that working with the intelligence community. But if we hadn't done it, it's not like it wouldn't have happened. It would have just been done by Lockheed Martin or General Dynamics or Booz Allen Hamilton or Deloitte much less well and with less thought put into the protection of privacy and civil liberties. So, a lot of this just comes down to storytelling, I think.
So
I think he is right. Marketing and packaging it, because I think he is correct there that it would be handled by someone. Whether it's Palantir and Peter Thiel or some other AI evil conglomerate, evil Inc., evil ass rape building, or whatever you want to call it, right? It's going to be handled by someone. And so what he's saying there about controlling the story or writing the story in a way that is more palatable to the average civilian, the average citizen, I think is very important. And that's what they did with the Patriot Act, right? And it was voted on, and what didn't really have all that much pushback for a while. There were certainly people warning about it, but then later on, it's like everybody turns on it and they're like, well, actually, this was used for terrible things, and this actually never prevented anything and only was used against us. And I think you're going to see a similar story with a lot of this stuff as well. But people are a little bit more wise these days, or at least we like to think we're a little bit more wise these days to this sort of government trickery. Although I think that in general, trust of government has fallen precipitously, which is a good thing because neither side entrusts the political party to handle this level of power and information. Because you'll even see like lefty commie pages and whatnot talking about like the fascists are using this to consolidate power and to come after us. And then we're like, listen, guys, the non-fascist evil government is going to use this power to come after us. We both believe they're going to use this power improperly, but we're just a little bit more. We don't necessarily believe they have the same goals in mind, right? All right. Now, is Jake still defending Israel? Gotta stop doing that, Jake. This is an Israeli free zone right here. Okay. Not really. I think Jake likes to get in chat when he doesn't have his dogs out, just so that he can feel he can get some engagement. Right, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to hype himself up. Chud for 2 says True Nog is not kosher, which makes it way better.
What's not kosher about it?
I don't even know what the rules are for kosher, so I couldn't tell you. I've never concerned myself with being kosher, Chud. So maybe that's the problem. Maybe you're too concerned with being kosher or not. That you're too focused on it, right? Thank you, Chud. Appreciate it, sir. What would be unkosher in a eggnog, though?
I don't think eggnog isn't kosher. I think it is. Unless you like put pork or something in it, or
yeah, you put lard. Do you use lard? Like that's well, actually, heavy cream, would it have lard in it? If you use heavy cream, no,
that's just cow.
I'm sure he will inform us as a Nogger expert. Chud will let us know. Sea Runner for 2 says, "Oh, this is retarded." But I do love these conspiracy theories. Yes. It says, "Have we ever seen Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk in the same room?" I like the doppelganger memes a lot. I think those are very fun. What was the last one? The last one was that one Supreme Court justice and his accuser, right? Were actually just the same person, but in a wig and drag for the girl, right? And it was like a humiliation ritual. Did you ever see that? It was Kavanaugh, wasn't it? Kavanaugh, for like the woman that was accusing him of sexual assault was actually just him in a dress and makeup and stuff. Did you ever see that, Renan?
I've seen that.
Yeah. Same vibe. I'm getting the same vibe there. Thank you, C Runner. Ton Dogs for 2 says absolutism is okay, or absolutism is okay, but too many people on pills also N. Well, listen, man, if we want to list the problems that this nation has, like we don't have enough time to get through all of them tonight. But yeah, pills, the pharmaceutical industry is something that the left and right can agree upon, that we need to do something about it. However, left and right politicians say, nah, it's fine, bro. They keep paying us and we keep cashing their checks. Thank you, Ton Dogs. One Small Ball for 2 says, no, my little Brocky Brock, come back to me. Well, we hope the server comes back and the community there gets to participate as they once did. It's a sad, annoying loss that will unfortunately probably continue unless somebody what's the right word? Somebody takes a stand against the mass report censorship going on. Somebody at Discord honestly should get in contact, or somebody should try and get in contact with somebody at Discord and tell them that, these servers are being taken down without cause, right? Mass reporting and all this other gay stuff. Everyday American for 5 says he's a traitor because that Israel money ain't no joke. Yeah, somebody said it in the chat earlier. I'm pretty sure that Sean Ryan cashed more than $7,000 for that one. Thank you, Everyday American. Appreciate it. Rad's Arms for $20. Thank you very much, sir. That is very, very generous of you.
Gay.
Says you don't need a 5320.20 for travel with cans. Okay, is it only with SBRs? Interesting. So yeah, cans are the tough one. SBRs are the tough one, not cans. So I mean, if you want to pin and weld to get around that, you can. There are services that do that. Thank you, Rads. Appreciate it, sir. SV89 for 5 says, how did Brassfax get Holo costed? He's part of the LGBT community, also first time .jpj. Yes, many such cases. Well, they're probably taking it down for people trading stuff on the Discord, right? Even if it's just optics and whatnot. They're probably mass reporting that and getting that flagged as illegal goods, even though they are completely legal to do on Discord and not against their TOS. So we'll have to see about that. Thank you, SV89. Polly B for $6.19. Thank you very much. Says, truly, I tell you, PSI enjoys his reward in full. Matthew 6:2. Therefore, when you do a charitable deed, do not sound a trumpet before you do, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have glory from men. Assuredly, I say to you, they have their reward. Right. Yeah. And essentially what that's talking about is if you're charitable or if you're doing kind things, but you only do it as a performance, right? It's not a outpouring of love from your heart. It is simply to get admiration from people. Well, that admiration is your reward. That's it. That's all you're getting. You don't get credit for that. Thank you, Paulie B. I appreciate that, sir. Bloodbase for $50 says absolutely nothing. Megabase.
Kill yourself, faggot.
Nope, did it not go through? There we go. That is, I'm sure people responded with certain letters in a certain order, but thank you very much, Bloodbase. That is insanely blood-based of you. Thank you very much for that, sir. Hope you're having a good night. Appreciate it, man. HSB Snake for 2 says, someone check Sean Ryan's investment portfolio. You know, I would not be surprised to see some special stocks in there from certain companies that have had a certain boost over the last 12 months. That would not surprise me at all.
All in, let it ride, baby.
I need to match my portfolio to whatever Dan, is it Dianne Feinstein? No, she's dead, right?
No, it was Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi, that's the one. I need to match Nancy Pelosi's portfolio. What did it was like triple the average return?
Oh, it was way higher.
It was
From my
way
understanding,
outperforming the market. Yeah.
She is like one of, like, based on her returns, she is one of the best traders that have ever lived. So you can do with that info for what you want. It's mostly Nvidia stock, and then she invested in Roblox at one point in like 2019.
Fair enough. Interesting.
I think she did all her trading through her husband, though, is what they did.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, to get around stuff. Hey, Paul, I need you to. Hey, Paul, I need you to buy this thing called the Palantir. $5 million. Okay. Thanks, honey. Also, did you pick up the hammers that you wanted? Zanico for $1 says nothing, drops it on the floor, walks out the door. Thank you, Zanico. Appreciate it, sir. S. Miller 103 for $10. Great photo. Wonder where that was taken at. Peter Thiel shops at Hot Leather for sure. Peter Thiel is a bit of a silly boy, a bit of a silly Billy. Yeah. Yes. Well, hey, thank you, S. Miller 103. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, good sir. Hope you're having a good night tonight, enjoying your Friday night. SV89 says, for 2, says, Jews engaging in subversion. How could this happen? It's like, how does this keep happening? Over and over.
Bloody hell, we just got our asses kicked.
That's right. Thank you, SV89. Focus Trip's wife for 5 says, we ask, hey, could we use your data? They say, no, thank you. That's creepy. And we say, yeah, no problem. And then we do whatever we want because we can. Yeah, basically. Basically, your data is going to be handled by somebody. Somebody's fondling your data. Somebody's selling your data, no matter what you say and do. So just get used to it, I guess. Let me see. Over on Ko-Fi. Rec says PSI is big gay for all the harassment. Chat annoys me sometimes with their attempts to be edgy, but I'm an adult and just ignore it. Also, PSI being too childish to come on stream and address you to your face is little PP energy. Well, thank you, Rec. You sound very reasonable. And like most people, we don't have to agree on anything. We can see people trying to be edgy and just be like, it's just internet behavior. It just is what it is. We don't have to get upset. We don't have to get mad about it. People blowing off steam, people saying wacky things. It's all okay. It's all okay. Doesn't bug me. Mean words on the internet, not a big deal. If you have a problem, we should go talk it out instead of just, coming after me and my family. Vandalay for 3 on Ko-Fi says, gotta go take care of the baby. Here is a small contribution to the war chest and look forward to the VOD. Well, thank you very much, Vandalay. Hope you have a good night. Hope you have a good time with the baby. Enjoy the little ones while they're little. And no matter how small, we appreciate all the contributions. Danger Zone says, I found out that somebody has been acting out, and I want you to know that his punishment will be to wear his little cock cage for the next month. Wow. Okay. All right. Thank you, Danger Zone, for that. Paul A. Brungat became a Ko-Fi caffeine creep for $13. I didn't realize that there was a $13 tier on there, but thank you for the membership on Ko-Fi, which gets you access to our private Discord server. Oh, wait. Does it? Sounds like somebody's interfering with my contractual obligations to my fans. Savardic Psycho for 5 over on Ko-Fi says, I will unalive transhumanist AI spyware frigates with horrific means. God will cut you down. Also a great song. Thank you, Sabardic Psycho. Noob Crasinator for 3 says, finally able to catch another one live. Hope everyone is doing well, except for the copper-sniffing chicken swinger. I hope his hands chafe from all the rubbing. Now, if you don't know, that is our resident, what should I say? Our resident Semitic donor. That's my top Semitic donor, Noob Craftsinator right there. So we greatly appreciate that, good sir. He has the Happy Merchant pass. Okay, guys. All right. Podnamico 147 for 10 on Ko-Fi says, nuke the heretics, my lord. Yes, we will be dropping once we reach that Ko-Fi goal. We will be dropping a nuke on a random country in the Middle East. You know which one. Discord Refugee over on Ko-Fi for $3 says, WTF is going on? Well, listen, Discord Refugee. Discord is nuking the, on behest of certain individuals, is nuking our online persona and restricting our access to the financial markets to make it more difficult for us to support our families, and interfering with our interfering with our contractual obligations to them. Very annoying, these interfering third parties. All right. Also, Moonman for 5 says, if they make more money than me, they are evil. Simple as. True. And that comes from our other resident Fed, who might be on furlough right now. He might have a lot of time on his hands, but thank you, Moonman. Appreciate that, sir. All right. Now, we were talking about this earlier, but yeah, ICE has been absolutely surging. Great marketing material, great work by the DHS. In fact, let me pull up the DHS account, because their Twitter account goes really hard. But ICE applications reach 175,000 amid agency hiring spree. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has reached 175,000 applications as the agency works to build up its staff to support President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda. I just got the numbers hot off the press earlier. It's 175,000 Americans who have applied to join ICE. Department of Homeland Security's Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, Tricia McLaughlin, told Breitbart News. Amazing. It really is encouraging to see that patriots see through the charade of the media. They want to enforce the rule of law, and they want to protect our homeland. They saw how, during the last 4 years, this nation was brought to its knees with the scourge of illegal immigration, and they want to protect their communities and where they come from, she added. The agency received funding to hire 10,000 agents as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act earlier this year. Trump himself has hoped to remove as many as 21 million illegal aliens from the country, and thus far, as many as 2.2 million foreign-born persons have left the U.S. voluntarily or otherwise. Now, I want to see the source on the 2.2 million foreign-born persons leaving the country, because while that is a good start, that is a drop in the bucket. And I also don't know if those numbers are completely accurate. I know some people have been really down on the deportation numbers. Some people have said that, well, actually, it's a lot better. Some people have said it's a lot worse. So I'm not actually sure what the real number is. But what I do know is that for 10,000 spots, they've received 175,000 applications. And if I wasn't doing this, I have the qualifications for it. Could be a fun use of a couple years of my life, while the mood is there in the public right now.
I've never wanted to be a federal agent so badly in my life, and that creates such a torrent of confusion in myself when I realize that I'm like, who am I? Working for the Fed? But then you see what they're doing, and you're like, I don't know, it's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, you're like, maybe this is a moral use of my time, something where I can actually, because a lot of the times young men are demoralized. And I know a lot of you guys out there, you're probably around my age. I'm 29, almost 30. I know I got a lot of Zoomers in chat. I know I got a lot of people that are a little bit older than me. But it's like you look at what can young men do that's adventurous, that's altruistic, that can protect your family, your nation, your people, and people want that. Historically, they've always wanted that. You look at the US military and you're like, okay, I could do that, right? I could be a warrior like my family before me, like my father, like whoever it might be, in your life. And then you're like, well, but then I have to fight foreign wars. And do I think that the foreign wars are benefiting America? You're like, not really. Okay, you could be an FBI agent. You're like, well, do I think the FBI does all that much good? It's like, no, not really. What about ICE, though? Deporting people who should not be here, deporting people who are committing crimes, ruining your schools, your homes, your families, your neighborhoods. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that.
Yeah. This is a defend the homeland kind of position. And this is, I think, what most people want when they consider like join the military, is you want to do something where you're protecting your homeland. And I think this is a very direct way to do it.
Yeah. Especially compared to like, hey, do you want to die in a Middle Eastern country for oil? It's like, not really. I don't think that really helps small town South Dakota. I don't think that does good. Or ICE is like, hey, you want to deport MS-13 members who are selling crack and destroying the local populace? You're like, yeah, that's actually better. That seems like that affects me and my people and my country a lot more than, the Ukraine, right? Or wherever it might be. Now, talking
go ahead. I was going to say on that 2.2 million number, I know there was an effort initially before the deportation started where they said, look, if you come forward, we'll give you some money and we'll send you to the country, your country of origin or of the country you want to go to. And there's not going to be like a terribly like rough litigious process. Like we're just going to send you away. And I'm wondering if that's where they get those numbers from.
It's possible, but I mean, them saying, or Trump saying that he wants to get rid of 20 million people. I think that number is higher. I think it could be as high as 40 million people.
Oh, like how many that are here?
Country. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Now, removing 20 million people from the market, removing the H-1B program, which has been floated as well, would absolutely cause the housing, because it wasn't there a thing that just came out about the H-1B program where they were using government funds to basically take all new home loans away from American citizens and give them to H-1B people as well at higher rates, which is like, yeah, end the H-1B program, get rid of legal immigration, get rid of the illegal immigrants here, and allow the native-born population to flourish. All right, I think that's who we should be concerned with, if I'm being real.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, but their X page, fantastic. America has been invaded by criminals and predators, and we need you to get them out. America needs you. Here we go.
New tonight, we now know the man charged in his death was in the country illegally and had already been deported twice.
Only on WRAL, Sarah Kruger spoke with the victim's family, who feels like the system failed them time and time again.
This is where that hit and run happened, here on Chalk Level Road. Richard Ferguson's family says he had just gotten off the bus to head home. For many reasons, they feel like this crash never should have happened.
My brother was a wonderful person.
Speaking to me by Zoom from out of town,
my best friend, my spiritual advisor. We were like twins.
Now, it's really sad to me that the brother of Dick Fuentes, William Fuentes, committed this atrocity. But listen, that's what I'm saying. We got to get rid of gay Mexicans, okay? We got to kick all the gay Mexicans out of America so that they stop causing tragedies in our community. And I mean, honestly, it is a tragedy when we've seen this happen so many times. It's a illegal immigrant, drunk driving, murders a family of 3. Right, murders this guy's brother, murders this guy's friend, whatever it might be. This tragedy never should have happened, never should have been allowed to happen. Get rid of them.
Listen, we're gonna have to slide ice, right? And I say this as a guy who believed that we should have taken the guns off the streets 10, 15, 20 years ago, okay? We're gonna have to slide ice. And the reason why I'm saying that is because you need to sober up about it. A lot of us, we're not sober about that. We're still living in hysteria about it. But you really need to sober up with it. What I mean by sober is that you need to look at the course of events as they are and as real as they are. The courts no longer work. We never really could trust the cops. Our Congress is pretty much compromised by a foreign state.
Based? All right, now we're talking. You know, I know you're talking about killing ICE agents, which, you know, don't do that. We don't do that, right? But foreign state having too much power over Congress. All right, now we're talking. You should have led with that one, okay? A little bit of marketing. Lead with that one, and people are more likely to believe what comes after, okay? But when you start with the killing ICE, it's just a turnoff, okay? Marketing 101, that's a turnoff. That's a turnoff. See, yeah. You guys get it, right? Because I'm listening now. Should have started with that one, all right? But yeah, they just post retards being retards. Eduardo Aguilar, the illegal alien who offered $10,000 bounties on TikTok for the murder of our brave ICE agents. Okay, listen. Offering bounties for dead federal agents is one step away from a death sentence on yourself, like a self-imposed death sentence. Good luck with that one. You are incredibly lucky to be in custody right now and not a body bag. Thankfully, he's been arrested in Dallas, Texas. We are thankful for this criminal who had a firearm in his possession was arrested before he could kill one of our law enforcement officers. Now, let me see right here. Here we go. Now, I might get copyrighted for the... Actually, I'm just going to mute it. I don't care. No, but you guys don't need to listen to their urban music. Says, but this is a retard. FAFO. If you threaten or lay hands on our law enforcement officers, we will hunt you down, and you will find out really quick. We'll see you, coward Sue, soon. And this retard posting to a public TikTok account saying, ICE, we're on the way. Word in the streets, cartels put a 50K bounty on y'all. Good luck with that. Good luck with that, sure. I wish you the best. Yeah. And just
Cartel
flaunting. Just flaunting, right? We go come kill you, cartel give a 50G on your head, bruh. Okay. First thing you do is show your face, then cover your face as if this is somehow like intimidating. When you're at like a park with kids playing in the background, were you to your homies, were you like, come on guys, get together, we need to take a group photo real fast, okay? Who's got the camera? Jim, you take the camera, okay? Just like film us with the kids in the background. It'll look so tough. It's gonna look hard on the gram kids, okay? Yeah. They're just standing there menacingly. Good luck with that.
Here illegally, most of them criminals who are the highest homeless rate in the country, and they're giving people here illegally. Most of them criminals who ICE is going after free rent.
Oh, it is so shameful. They're further incentivizing illegal immigration as well by just throwing money at them. What they should be doing, it will be best for the illegal aliens as well as the broader LA community, is tell these illegal aliens to leave now. The U.S. taxpayer has generously offered those in this country illegally to take a $1,000 exit bonus, a free flight home, and the potential.
See, now, what they're proposing here is actually like, I 100% believe in this, okay? So if you look at the average person of foreign descent, let's say, and their net benefit to the U.S. tax system is somewhere between -$3,000 and -$7,000. Right? That's just for 1 year. Now, I would be 100% in support of this. $5,000 checks, one-way plane ticket, lock the border.
Yeah.
And quite literally, it has a return on investment of 1 year.
Well, they'll just if you don't lock the border, which is the critical part, they'll just come back.
Well, that's the thing, is you have to lock the border. And as Jake says, like $1,000 exit bonus is probably cheaper than holding them or trying them or any sort of due process. Just hand them some cash and ship them to Nicaragua, right? And don't let them back. That's what I would say. Yeah, the cost per deportation is probably higher than that. So what I'm saying is, quite literally, we should offer lots of people like people who want to leave, who hate America. Just here's a $5,000 one-way ticket to your country of choice, and you just never get to come back.
John, I have a question. What do you call people from Nicaragua?
Mexican. Oh my gosh, you're Mexican? Oh my gosh, you're Mexican? Yeah, Mexican. They're all Mexican. South of the border, Mexican.
I call them deportable.
Yeah, deportable. There's Squatamalan. There you go. Squatamalan. Yeah, south of Brownsville is all Mexicans. Yeah. Yeah. I would, yeah, $1,000. Get out of here. Never come back. That works for me. And I mean, this is the type of people that these guys, at least 12 vendors from the Swaparamba 47th and Ashland were arrested by masked federal agents, according to community members. Developing, right? So sad. Anyways, those 13 illegal aliens had committed DUI, which many people died due to DUI, and dying by DUI by somebody who shouldn't even be here. Absolutely tragic. Battery causing bodily harm, and domestic violence. Oh, wonderful immigrants. Are you telling me criminals who come here illegally have a higher chance of committing other crimes while they're here? Crazy. Were arrested in a targeted immigration enforcement operation. You should be thanking the brave men and women of federal crime ridden streets of Chicago. Yeah, dude, that was so funny. Did you guys see Pritzker today? He was talking about ICE being terrible or something like that. And the reporter was like, hey, so do you have any comment about the 27 people shot and 4 dead, like this weekend? And he was like, no. Let's keep focused on the topic at hand. It's like, okay, all right.
I think
All
Pritzker
right,
is genuinely dangerous. When they assigned the Illinois assault weapon ban, and tons of the sheriff's departments came out and said that they're not going to enforce it, he basically said, he's like, well, we'll find someone who will. And from what I had heard is he was investigating foreign police departments to hire privately to do that. So that's still on the table. He's still in office.
I mean, the guy sucks, right? I mean, almost all Democrat-led cities, their mayors and DAs are just all like one step away from outright communists, psychopaths.
Yeah,
They do not have your best interests at heart. Yeah. Pritzker, where does that name come from? More like Fatsker. True. Everyday American for 5 says people are raving about it because it works, and that's the problem. What was that in reference to? What were we talking about?
I don't know.
Palantir? Maybe. Thank you, Everyday American. Smart Fridge for 5 says Christ is King, Philippians 2, 10 through 11. Let me pull that up for you. That at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow, of those in heaven and of those on earth and of those under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Smart Fridge. Appreciate that, sir. Every knee shall bow, whether you like it or not. Aaron Keenar for 2 says PSI washes off his girls after dudes finish. Let me get you a towel for that. Thank you, Aaron. Things I never wanted to say for 2. Jake for 2 says, we are the chosen people, John. Matthew, people Dude, you know my typing skills are not good, all right? Making me type on stream is just embarrassing. This should be a war crime. All right. And you're going to make me read a whole passage here. All right, fair enough. Matthew 21, 31, 33. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong one. 33 through 46. The parable of the wicked vine dressers. Here's another parable. There was a certain landowner who planted a vineyard and set a hedge around it, dug a winepress in it, and built a tower. And he leased it to vine dressers and went into a far country. Now, when vintage time drew near, he sent his servants to the vine dresser that they might receive its fruit. And the vine dressers took his servants, beat one, killed one, and stoned another. Again, he sent other servants, more than the first, and they did likewise to them. Then the last of all he sent his son to them, saying, They will respect my son. But when the vine dressers saw the son, they said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let us kill him and seize his inheritance. So they took him and cast him out of the vineyard and killed him. Therefore, when the owners of the vineyard comes, what will he do to these vine dressers? They said to him, He will destroy those wicked men miserably and lease his vineyard to other vine dressers who will render to him the fruits in their seasons. Jesus said to them, Have you never read in the scriptures, the stone with which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone? This was the Lord's doing, and it was marvelous in our eyes. Therefore I say to you, the kingdom of God will be taken from you and given to a nation bearing the fruits of it. And whoever falls on this stone will be broken, but on whoever it falls, it will grind him to powder. Now then the chief priests and Pharisees heard his parables. They perceived that he was speaking of them, but when they sought to lay hands on him, they feared the multitudes because they took him for a prophet. Talking about the nation of Israel and how he sent his prophets and his kings, and they rejected Christ over and over and over again until he actually does send his son, Jesus Christ, to them, of whom he kills. So he takes their inheritance from that people and gives it to us. The real Israel, the true Israel, which is the church. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. That tome you made me read. Sheezer, 44 for 5, says, It come with egg roll. Oh, come with egg roll? $1,000? Absolute Moonman for 5 says, Focus Trip, what is that clip that plays on Ko-Fi? LMAO, I need it, and I need it yesterday. Also, I forgot to install Halo on the work laptop. Dude, I'm still playing it like every day, dog. No, the Ko-Fi one, I simply typed in anime war. This is what popped up. And I was like, dude, that's great. I'll use that. That's fantastic. S59 for 5 says, do not upgrade to WinJuice 11. Also, Asian Massage Reviews is a reservation dweller, and he's mad about White Chad's buck breaking the red man. You know, listen, if I was Native American, it's hard for me to put my mind into the headspace of a loser. But, like, I get it, right? It would be rough to know that your people got BTFO'd and now you're forced to live on reservations as, like, a hand-me-down, like a little pittance that you get. It would be tough, right? It's hard to get out of that mindset. But I think you do have to, like any time, like, you could point to, like, white slaves taken in the Arab slave trade or Slavic people or anything else like that, right? And be like, sometimes you just take L's as a people group and you got to move on, you know? Just how it goes sometimes.
Well, see, John, it's important that we kept a few around so everyone would know why we did it.
Yeah, you're a monument to your people's failures. How about that? Let's start. That reminds me of Mass Effect 2 when what's the girl's name? Arya T'Loak keeps that other Krogan around as a pet, basically, after she took the entire Omega from him. Heathen from Texas for 5 says, how does one get Israel to pay for posts? Papa has bills to pay and guns to buy. Richard, pick any PFP you feel like having tonight. And yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into it. The 7K per post for real. I'm sure there are people you could ask about that sort of thing. I know I'm not getting it. You know, I might be able to use 7K for some endeavors, but alas, say la vie. My soul is worth more than 7K. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Heathen.
7K per post, dude. Hava Nagila. Let's go.
Chud for 2 says, Richard, pick Gassy for PFP. Incredibly PSI Gassy soon. Please no. Please no. That will not
please do.
Chud, that will not be allowed on stream. Let me tell you right now, Chud. If you try and get that, absolutely not. That will not happen on stream. Thank you. Didn't last long, though, because Moonman for 5 says, Richard, ignore Chud. Tito. That's right. Thank you, Moonman. Mitchell Black for $20.
Damn.
That's right. Thank you for that, sir. Although, where's the... I like this one. This was my favorite. Truth Nuke. It come with egg roll. It come with egg roll. Oh, thank you, Mitchell Black. Appreciate that for $20. SV89 for 2 says, deporting taco benders to Africa is the funniest. Now, that is actually funny. I think we should actually just deport them to random countries so that they don't have any support structure or way to get back to America. So I think it literally should be like spin the wheel of third world countries. And it's like, hey, guess what? Jimenez, you got a one-way ticket to Malawi. Have fun.
The deportation diaspora.
Yeah. Moonman for 2 says 100 million must go. How? Who cares? I don't think it's 100 million, you know, unless we're counting in some other groups in there, Moonman. But I know what you mean. PFP banned by YouTube. Mr. Nate Higgers for 2 says, Jake, stop rage baiting. Jake rage baits. Jake loves to be the little contrarian. That's Jake. Compulsive Gunbuyer. He loves to show his dogs on stream too. Never let him forget that. Compulsive Gunbuyer for 5 says, can't catch the stream tonight, but I hope y'all are having a good night. I hope you're having a good night, man. I appreciate that, sir. Hope you're having a good day. We'll see you on Sunday. Mitzvot for 5 says, Jimmy Talks. How come we can't find good jobs and affordable housing? It's the perfect episode covering migration and how we have 100 million legal people here. Yeah, it's like, why has housing prices gone up? Tripled in the last 20 years. It's like, well, you look at the population and then the demand and then the government subsidies for some of these people, and it just starts to make sense a little bit. Thank you, Mitzvot. I appreciate it. And the sad thing is, even if there is a housing collapse, you know who's going to be buying it all. It's going to be immigrants and other H-1Bs and other people, right? Because now their buying power is going to be higher relative to yours.
It's going to be
because you're
BlackRock.
paying for it. And you're paying for and BlackRock. Yes, yeah. BlackRock is also rubbing their greedy little hands the prospect of a housing market crash. Thank you, Mitzvot. I appreciate it, sir. Zanico for 5 says PSI carries with an empty chamber. Jake might too, but I can't confirm. I still haven't pooped. All right, Zadie. All right, I believe you. All right. Holding it in there. Yeah, you keep on fighting that good fight. Hold it in, bro. You got this. Zanico, appreciate that. Axe Grind for 5. Just wanted to say that I love white people so much. Who's with me? Now, I know that people have been trying to demoralize people from like loving their own race, but I mean, if black people can love their community, white people can love their community too. Asian people can love their community, whatever. It's all chill. It's all love, baby. We all love each other, right? This is the Chud zone. This is a love only area. Thank you, Axe Grind.
We love you too, Axe Grind.
Mm-hmm. Moonman for 2 says Blazer Brass is like 21 cents. Dog, I don't know if you can see it, but in those Shields bags behind me on the ground there. Oh, I got to move my head. No, I got to move my head over here. On those Shields bags behind me, there's 1,000 rounds in there. I went to Shields because I have a training class tomorrow, and I'm going to shoot about 800 rounds of it tomorrow. So I bought it all specifically because I was like, oh, shoot, I'm out. And so I had to buy more for tomorrow. Thank you, Moonman. Axe Grind for 5 says, imprison those that hire foreign labor, legal or illegal. This includes H-1B. Well, once we remove the H-1B program and make it illegal, then we can imprison the hirers as well. And I think that is a good point, because I think we allow these corporations to abuse the system and then get off scot-free, and we put all of the onus on the individuals rather than on the corporation. So like, let's say, for instance, Bear Creek Arsenal hires 100 illegal immigrants to make your barrels and uppers and whatnot, and then once ICE gets called on them, they're like, dang it, sorry. It's like, well, maybe you guys should face a certain level per illegal immigrant you hire that takes away from American jobs. Like, I think you should probably do that, face some sort of consequence for your actions. Totally agree with that. No One You Know Of member for 10 months says, evening, gentlemen. Evening, no one you know. Appreciate it, sir. Ballistic Aviation. Lots of Bible verses tonight. Hope you're doing well, Luke, after some attempted cancellations. Although I don't think Luke is quite cancelable. You want the King James version. All right. We'll get it. As soon as I can figure out how to spell. So, Matthew 17:15, King James Version. My dad, IRL, Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is a lunatic, and sore vexed. For oft times he falleth into the fire, and oft into the water. He's a clumsy lunatic. Yes, and I believe that's referring to a person in that passage. So not just a clumsy idiot, but a little bit darker there. But thank you, Ballistic. That's quite funny. Aaron Keenock for 2 says, Rob, donation, enjoy it, JK. All right, that's funny. Yeah, mugging people on the streets for, listen, guys, I need to donate to Focus Trip stream. As if you're like mugging somebody. You got any super chats in that wallet? Hand them over. That's funny. Thank you, Aaron. Mitzvot says, I am a monument to all your sins. My chat is a reflection of my sins. How about that? Thank you, Mitzvot. Appreciate it, sir. Ray Polocost, member for 3 months, says, oh, shit, Nita, 3 months, 483 Orthodox cross. Appreciate it, Ray Polocost. Noni Noah for 2 says, there can only be one Nate Higgers imposter. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think just a more common name than you think, man. SV89 for another 5 says, Pitzker is a Jew from a super rich family. This his MTF Troon brother is a huge supporter and financier of trans BS Jennifer Pitzker. More like, yeah, what was his real name? MTF? Gross.
Probably John.
None of that surprises me.
Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, that's probably what his name was.
Oh, Donnie. Donnie Pwitzka. Hey, I'm Jewing here. I'm cutting my dick off, bruh. Moonman for 5 says, I promise you I can find you 100 million. Please just let me do it and I will get the phrenology calipers out. I don't even ask for much money. Listen, man, I'm pretty sure Moonman would do it solely for the love of the game, all right? He's a true believer. The best kind. Thank you, Moonman. HSB Snake for 5 says, thanks for being my entertainment for my 3-hour drive to Fresno. Also, it came with egg roll. Yeah, 3-hour drive to Fresno. Good luck out there, man. I appreciate it, HSB Snake. You guys are truly living behind enemy lines, and we appreciate it. Subartic Psycho says, I'm white, I'm all right, and I'll fight. That's right. I'm pretty sure there's a punk rock song about that. Thank you, Subartic. Chud McGill says it's Baher Friday, biatches. Let's go. I think that's how you pronounce that. Thank you, Chud. Appreciate that. Just Some Space Cowboy for 5 says, might have to start an ammo company to make mil-spec / NATO spec ammo with PPU and SNB off the menu. What's going hard AF? Gotta do to set some hot FMJ loads. Well, listen, if you want some hot loads, I think you need to visit Grantham Ram Ranch, okay? I've heard he's been passing around a lot of loads over there. So, but yeah, dude, I love that acronym, WANGHAF. So funny. Yeah, you know, starting an ammo company, maybe not the best time, but you know, it's never an easy market to get into. Subarctic Noticer for 2 says, I'm very regarded. How do I use my membership perks? Well, we need to set up a Discord to allow you to use your membership perks. But thank you, Subarctic Noticer. Appreciate the 2. We will get that figured out, I promise you, at some point. Inshallah. Logan Sucks at Shooting sends 5 on Ko-Fi and says, if you haven't dry fired today, you are literally gay and retarded. Also, donate on Ko-Fi because Ko-Fi takes a much smaller cut of the money. Based, dry fire now. Dry fire now. We need to get a meme for that or something. Thank you, Logan. Logan also says, he follows up for another 3. Says, also, go buy a sun hoodie at weekendgunner.com. Winter hoodies are coming soon, so I'm told. We support the homies around these parts. All right. You know what? I think I can leak the design. I think I can leak the design of this. Let me see if I have a picture of it handy. But I have perhaps the most based hoodie of all time. Coming. Oh, come on. If my computer would cooperate, guys. Let me know what you think about this. All right. Oh, come on. What is your problem? Computer, just save the image. Jeez Louise. Unbelievable. All right. All right. All right.
Hey, hell yeah, dude. That's going to be your top seller.
Well, no, this is custom. This is custom for me. This is my sweatshirt.
Oh, not for long. Not with the demand he's about to get.
The,
He could take everything off his store and he'd triple his sales for what he already has.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
People would buy that not even knowing it's a shooting hoodie, dude.
Yeah, right. One need. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. I think that goes hard. I can't wait to film a competition wearing that. Yeah, there we go.
Some heroes don't wear capes.
That's right. That's right. And I mean, I'm sure if you asked him, he could change the logo. I just thought that's funny. It's also Paul. It's topical because it's the based Miku says deport them, legal ones too. That's funny. Far too crazy for two says 227 Wolverine or 7 Raptor. Wildcat v Wildcat, dog. I don't even know what 277 Wolverine is.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of either of those.
227 Wolverine, 6'8" by 39. Okay, so it's like a neck down 7'6" It's not terrible. Or like it's like 6'8" SPC, I guess. And then what was the other one? What did he say? 7 Raptor.
I've heard of like 40 Raptor or 45 Raptor.
Okay, if it's a blog from 2015 to get my info, 7 Raptor. So it's like the 6.5 Grendel, but with a 7 mil instead. So medium game out to 300 yards. It's still though, I think 6.5 Grendel's better than 7 Raptor, and 277 Wolverine. I think
the answer is neither, dude. Be normal.
Actually, I need that graph. It's like real calibers, mental disorders. Okay, 277 and 7 Raptor, they are in the mental disorder category for sure. Wild. But if I had to pick between those two, I would go with 277 because it's smaller and you can't get that big of a case moving very fast out of a 5.56 case, right? You don't have that much case capacity. You don't have that much powder. So 277 Wolverine, both nuts, but 277 Wolverine. Thank you, Far Too Crazy. Sea Runner for 5 says, "Babe, it's my window. Hurry, come to bed. Chill, woman. Trip is still live." Oh no. Oh, are you trying to save the white race? I see. Okay, well, you should get to that. That's much more important than this stream. Also, why not just leave the stream on in the background? It's not going to be awkward or anything. I'm sure she won't mind.
Sterling, I really want to see it.
The fact that you got that clip so fast. Unbelievable timing. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Sea Runner. Sabardic Noticer for 5 says, Sabardic Psycho. I thought your name read Sephardic, and I'm not trying to ape you, bro, but are you also in Alaska? We could have a couple noticers and psychos hanging out together, maybe. Maybe that's just his split personality, too. Heathen from Texas for 5 says, I missed the 5-star cloak pre-sale. Big sad. Richard, activate the ears. Also, I love being a 13th generation white American. Damn, 13th gen. I don't think my family's that old here. I think my family came over like just after the revolution, I want to say. Pre-Civil War, after revolution, I want to say.
13 generations.
That's a long time, dude. That's pre-revolution.
That's Native American, bro. Who are you?
Well, I mean, there were initial settlements in the 1700s. So, I mean.
My family came over here in like the early 1800s, and I'm a 5th generation American. If you're 13th generation, you go too far back.
Yeah, I mean, that is wild. I'm pretty sure, mine would be about the same, 5th or 6th generation, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
So, because I don't believe we were pre-revolution. Thank you, Heathen from Texas. Appreciate it, man. Noob Actual for 5 says, just wanted to say I appreciate everyone here. Although, actually, if he's Heathen from Texas, and he's Spanish. Like you could see that. I could see that. New Bachelor for 5 says, I just wanted to say I appreciate everyone here. I haven't had any success finding anyone close who shares values and beliefs in the 2A the way we do. Thank you. Well, I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, I mean, you would think that there would be a larger audience of generically conservative or right-wing pro 2A people, but not libertarian retards, right? But apparently that's just hard to find online. So like we're quite literally the only stream that does a hybrid politics 2A type stuff. So at least for now, but I appreciate that, New Bachelor. Thank you very much for the support. And we hope to have our community back up to full strength. Andrew Webb for 2 says, is it doxing to post the grid of Garand Ram Ranch? You should not do that. You should absolutely not do that, because as many people hate me, far more people hate GT, and GT is outspoken on X and other places, much more than the average person. And so we should want to keep that in our back pocket as much as possible and allow our message to promulgate. So absolutely not. Even though we might disagree on some things, he is by far and away a net positive for the community. So absolutely not. Thank you, Andrew Webb. An Axe Grind for 2 says, please get Discord figured out. I miss you guys. We're working on it. We're working on it. I got a message back on the original Discord. We'll see. Not promising so far. Thank you, Axe Grind. Moonman for 10 says, I get so erect at the thought of just picking and choosing who doesn't belong, whether they simply don't look like me or their forehead is wrong. The artificial reef needs them. Damn. I need 100 million volunteers for an artificial reef in the Pacific Ocean. All right. No perp. You will be building it with your bones.
South China Sea.
Absolute Moon Man needs to run for public office.
Well, he's already a federal agent, so he's like one step away from public office.
So close.
I can taste it. Heathen from Texas for 2 says, my ancestors arrived alongside the Mayflower. All right. Damn. Heck yeah. We got a what is that? There's a term for it, right? The pre-Americans, or there's a specific term for what's it called?
Pre-Columbian contact or something like that.
Yeah, so something like that. But no, mega base Heathen from Texas. Appreciate it, man. All right, where are we? I lost. Oh, here we go. 2 hours into the stream. How about this? Now this is at AUSA, which is that big military conference thing where we saw Anduril and all these other really cool high-tech stuff get showcased. SIG is also here. Sergeant Major of the U.S. Army, Michael Weimar, stopped by for a briefing on the new M17 and M18 upgrade kits. Together with the U.S. Army, Sig Sauer continues to focus on the one priority of meeting the needs of the soldier. You can see St. James, here on the left, who I've interviewed at Shakta before. Very nice guy. I'm gonna be honest though. I don't think I'm gonna get a warm welcome next year at SHOT Show at the SIG booth. I just don't think it's gonna happen. However, good.
They bring it on themselves. Like it's not. It's just it's so unreasonable for them to be resentful about people covering their issues, because they're even issuing upgrade kits. What was it, like 4 or 5 years ago? They were doing like recalls and they were trying to like fix the issue because they knew about it. Like it was known there were problems with these handguns, and like these should be called fix kits, man. Like it's so political the way that they're trying to like brush their problems under the rug. But this is an entirely self-created issue for SIG.
100%. Now, what's interesting about this is there are allegations that SIG knew about the drop safe issues because they had already designed a fix in like 2014, 2015 when they didn't actually, was it John or St. James? Either way. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. That SIG knew about the drop safe issues like 3 years before they actually did the voluntary upgrade, right? And then now what they are proposing here, which are M17 and M18 upgrade kits, quote unquote, or fix-it kits. Let me have the email here. Somebody was sending me some details. All right, so the new M17 and M18 kits are a completely new heavy duty striker design. I wonder why, with improved safeties in place. I'm not sure why they would need to upgrade that if it was safe, but the entire assembly has been updated. A new sear safety. So a safety that actually blocks the sear from moving, not just the trigger bar safety, but a safety sear. So completely new. We're just rearranging the fire control unit now. A new thumb safety as well that acts as a sear block, not just a trigger block, and a lighter trigger pull. So they've essentially gone in and addressed all of the possible issues with their FCU, sear, disconnect, whatever, I forget the name of it now, but the safety plunger on the striker itself. They've gone in, upgraded all of those parts with manual safety and given you a lighter trigger at the end of it. So it is essentially like there were no issues with our previous version, but we went in and updated every part of it.
Well, and I wonder what the cost is going to be, right? Because I'm sure this is not like SIG's doing this at their own cost. I'm sure this is going to be passed on to the cost of, whatever they're going to charge the military, right?
So I don't know if it's the same design that we saw on the patent a while back when it comes to the that other person who was developing a sear safety manual safety bar, right? That actually blocked the sear. However, I don't believe it's that much of an additional cost because it's essentially like an update going forward for their fire control units. So I don't know if it's really that much more money, but it is a parts change.
Yeah.
So we've changed everything to actually have a sear block safety, which is, important rather than just trigger bar block. Because before, if you were unaware, on the 320s, even with a manual safety, the only thing that safety did was block the trigger from movement. It did not affect the actual function of the sear, disconnect, safety plungers, striker, nothing like that, right? So it didn't affect any of that. So then they were like, hey, maybe that's a bad idea because, we have reports of things going off with the manual safety on. So we'll just actually make it a sear block so that the sear itself cannot move while the while the safety is on. Yeah. So simple update. I think we'll see more on this once somebody gets their hands on it. As of yet, I have seen no articles written, no detailed breakdowns, no pictures, nothing like that, other than this image, basically. So I would like to get more images or more information on what exactly they changed and how it's actually different internally. Now, speaking of things that should not be. Well, we can finally get to the subject of this stream 2 hours in. The PSA mixtape. And I apologize for being late tonight, but I think we're just going to make it a late night stream. Unless the co-panelists have someplace to be. I think we're just going to be in here for the long haul.
I'm for it.
All right,
I
here we
might
go.
have to take off.
No, that's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, dude, if you're having if you need to get to other things, right? Because I know you're working on real important stuff. Feel free, good sir. Feel free.
I'll stick around for a few and then I'll.
Okay. Oop, let me put that in there. Shoot. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right. Now, this is the trailer for the PSA mixtape rifle, which would have been really hot in 2018. I'm pretty sure would have been great in 2018, competing with the what do you call it, the dirt squirrel, honey badger, that sort of thing. You know what I'm saying, okay? All right. Ricky boy couldn't have better timing. We're actually getting to the subject of it. Now, I had to take it down, remove the audio because they used a really gay Lil Wayne song or something like that for the audio. So I had to take that down and then blur everything out where there's a firearm in there. But they did a really, it's like supposed to be funny, I guess, but they're going to have a DJ and lights in the background playing just like the gayest music imaginable while he's shooting into nothing for like a magazine. So you can see a little DJ going off in the background, and it's just whatever cringe music you think it is. That's what it is.
Now, we showed this off to you guys last year at SHOT Show 2025, and it has gone.
Now, I think the original mixtape, or at least the one that they were teasing for a long time, was 338 ARC. But they're still waiting on magazines, lowers, bolts, and barrels, I guess, to be developed to actually work properly. So instead, yes, in late 2025, I think they're dropping it October 31st on Halloween. A very scary, sketchy time to drop a product. But I mean, it's a 300 blackout short barreled system that is very generic at this point. Like every company offers something like this.
Gone through some changes, so now let's talk about it. One of the things that you're going to notice on the new forging sets is that it's a fully ambi lower. It's going to come standard with an ambidextrous magazine release, an ambidextrous bolt catch, as well as bolt release, and an ambi safety. This new receiver set is going to be our Saber enhanced receiver.
Now, I will give them credit. I like ambi controls. It appears to have basically a built-in PDQ, but actually like machined into the lower right, not just like dremeled out like I did with mine. So I like it. It looks nice. Ambi controls, flared magwell. The handguard looks fine. The barrel looks interesting. You know, it's nothing terrible, but it's also at the end of the day, just a shorty 300 blackout. That's literally it. And PSA is probably going to charge you like $1,500, $14.99, something like that.
Set that will also come standard with an integrated trigger guard as well as a flared magwell. Now let's get into the specs of the gun. All of the mixtapes will feature a Maxim CQB brace in FDE, will come with a B5 P23 Coyote Brown grip, a Radiant safety, a Saber Claw 2-stage trigger, a Microbest hard chrome coated Carpenter 158 BCG with ox fasteners, and a Radiant Talon charging handle. On the front of the gun, you're going to see a 7¼ Saber lockup rail that is FDE anodized, a new.
Now, I don't know why everybody's doing the 50 Shades of FDE now. I think a couple people thought it was cool for a while, and then they just decided to continue doing it forever, which is like, all right, it's fine. It's not hideous. I think the rail looks all right. And, you know, the mounting system, I don't know who makes the rail, though, but it seems to be one of those like internal mounting systems where they're not super easy to get on and off, which is annoying.
New barrel profile on an 8-inch 300 blackout with a 1-in-5 twist and an adjustable gas block, and then it will be finished off with a 3-prong Saber Plan B flash hider. Another thing that you might have noticed is our new Saber 300 blackout dedicated can that we designed to run perfectly with the mixtape.
Okay, now this is the interesting part, is that they have a collaboration can, which is branded, you know, Saber for them, but it's by Dead Air. It's just a titanium 30 cal can that's made by Dead Air for their Saber 300 blackout line of products, right?
Finished off with the 3-prong Saber Plan B flash hider. Another thing that you might have noticed is our new Saber 300 blackout dedicated can that we designed to run perfectly with the mixtape. It is made out of a 3D printed titanium and weighs just in at 10 ounces without.
So yes, so it is a what is it? 7.3-inch rail, 8-inch barrel with an adjustable gas block. Now, I haven't seen what the adjustable gas block is, but I'm assuming it's just a set screw style, like where you have to take a long Allen key and go through the front of the handguard. That's what I'm imagining. I haven't seen any sort of external adjustment knobs or anything else like that. So, yeah.
Out the Plan B hub on it. This will ship with a Plan B hub in.
And now I might have misspoke there. It's either Dead Air that's making it or it's B&T, and I forget which one it is. It's one of those that's actually making the can itself for Palmetto State Armory. Although if we're a betting man, I would still say that at some point, PSA is going to bring a Saber line of suppressors to the market. And there will be high-end cans, like all titanium 3D printed stuff, and there will be cheaper cans, like their premium or their freedom line, or they'll call it something else, but they will have a budget line and a high-tiered line. Because I think PSA is kind of done being the poor's only rifle. as we've seen with like their last 10 launches, like they're about to launch at 2011 for, you know, $1,200, $1,500. Almost all of their saber rifles are over $1,000. All of the jackals are $1,200 for full rifle, $1,500 for the 308 version. So I mean, they're moving out of just the fours only area, and they're definitely going to be charging north of $1,000 for this. I mean, the buffer system is like $300 by itself, right?
The box. This is going to be a 1.73 inch diameter and just be under 7.25 inches in overall length with a built-in flash hider. This will launch with the mixtape or shortly thereafter. This is the gun that we SBR'd on video. With the Maxim brace setup, you can push the 2 pins in, slide the brace out, and throw a stock right on it right after you get done SBRing it. We then threw a Unity riser with an EOTech.
Now, of course, they threw on like the worst attachments known to man. So we have a 8-inch 300 blackout, probably using subsonic ammo because that's what's quiet, right? You have a EOTech on a Goobers riser. You have a AT-PLC, probably an AT-PLC, because unless they found a full power PEC that fell off of a truck somewhere, which is like the worst laser module of all time. But it's an FDE, so it matches with the vibes, right? And then you have a Unity flip to center magnifier behind the Goobers mount. It's like all of the things that irk me personally are on this system.
EOTech magnifier, an EOTech optic, a PEC 15, all set up on a GBRS Hydra mount. We then finish it off with a Unity tactical Axion mount with a Surefire scout light and a True North foregrip. This setup is perfect for both shooting during the day as well as at night.
And again, if you're actually shooting this thing at night, it's a titanium can, short barreled with a AT-PLC. This would not actually be fun to shoot under nods. Now with a white light, I'm sure it's fine, right? The whatever Surefire they have on there is probably fine.
Saber 300 Blackout Mixtape Volume 1 will officially launch October 31st at 4:30 p.m.
Now they did not. Oh, well, right, of course, because it's mixtape, right? So they'll have the volume 2 and it'll be like, well, now it's a 12.5-inch variant or something like that, right? Or the volume 2 will be the 338 arc version, right? Which is what everybody was excited with about. But this is just a generic 300 blackout system. This is just 300 blackout like anything else with like an ambi receiver set. And that's the only selling point. Like realistically, that's the only selling point. Like you could buy any other 8-inch 300 blackout rifle from them and then just put on an ambi lower or a PDQ or a bad lever, and you get the same thing.
Well, is it even really clear coat anodizing, or is it just like a light yellow colored anodizing?
Well, let me pull up a picture for you because
that's obviously
video on stream.
They're obviously trying to move in on Q's market with this, right? Especially like even with the color scheme. Like everything kind of screams like this is a much cheaper Q rifle, which I don't like Q. I think his marketing is despicable, and I think his products are way overpriced. And so if this hurts Q's sales, which I don't think it will,
no, dude, they're different markets, dude.
Totally different markets.
Nobody at Q like, dude, I can't wait to have somebody making $17 an hour build this for me at PSA. Or half the money, because it's still not going to be cheap. That's my question, is like, who's this actually for, right? Because I think 1,500 is right on the money for this. It's in line with their other Saber.
Those braces are expensive, man, and it's like, okay, it's kind of cool, but is it functionally any different than like the SBAs? Not really.
No, I mean, I like how they say, well, it's shorter. It's like, well, not when you're shooting it.
No,
it's like it's not a bag gun. Like 300 ARs are not bag guns. ARs are never bag guns. Even with a folder and a 10.5 or like an 8-inch, when you're factoring in suppressors and everything else, like you have to make a big bag for that to work, right? We're not talking about a TP9 or a GHM9 or some of these other small guns. Like I think Brass actually says this, where instead of being a bag that has a gun in it, right, but it's a bag that carries other stuff, it now is a bag for the gun, right? And that's what you put in it. And you have a big oversized bag that holds the gun, ammo, everything else, and not much else. So, I mean, that whole myth is like, it's just silly. It's just put a regular stock on.
Well, And most of the parts are not PSA in-house parts. Almost, in fact, I don't
Mm.
know if any of them are, except for maybe the receiver sets.
Maybe the receiver set, because I don't know who makes the handguard. They went
the
with a
barrel.
stainless. Why did they go with the stainless steel barrel? Rather, it's 300 blackout. Like, make it a 1 in 5 twist and you're done. I don't know who makes it for them, but I don't know why they went with
Color
that.
coding. I bet it's color coding.
I mean, honestly, probably, because then they even went with the unfinished muzzle device, where it's just that heat treat bronze look, right?
Yeah, which is a Q signature kind
Yeah,
of.
it looks like
right?
Q.
Yeah.
Now I have it here. I actually have a Plan B flash hider right behind me that is also the burnt bronze finish, but that finish is way worse, and it attracts carbon much, much faster than the nitride versions. And so over time, you actually need to clean them off so that they can still work as a suppressor mount, which is quite funny.
Yeah, but everything else about this is not PSA in-house. So it's like you are trusting PSA's assembling team for this system, and it's like that's the worst part of PSA are their assemblers.
Right. Well, that's the thing too. It's like the part selection seems like fine, but if you're not trusting of the assembly, like literally any 8-inch 300 blackout is going to do the same thing this does.
Yeah, if someone built this gun, I'd be like, this is cool. But if you told me PSA put it together, I'd be like, this. You need to take this apart and make sure everything's in torque spec, because they have a very bad reputation for that, right? And maybe they do have a different set of assemblers for their higher end products, and I hope they do.
So
But
there are two
PSA
divisions. Their Saber line of assemblers does the their Saber line and the Jackals. So that is the Saber line of assemblers, which gets paid $2 an hour more than the standard assemblers. So there are technically two different divisions that have like this. I think the end process QC is the same though. I'd have to remember what my insider told me, but yeah, it's like technically better, but not always, because you just pull random people from one assembly line to do the others at times. So it's like it's sketchy. Who's making who's making what is not super clear all the time.
One thing, and I've advocated for this in the past. I do think that if firearms companies had greater levels of transparency for each rifle, like you got a little slip of paper that told you which assembler assembled what part of the gun, you could very quickly, like, once you get like a certain amount of warranty returns, you're like, okay, we got to get rid of Rajesh. This H1B is not working out.
You're not wrong. When you have to sign your name and let the customer see your name, like even if it's just your initials or your first name or something like that, or your
or even
assembler
like
number.
an
you can do it that
employee
way.
number, that'd be
Mhm.
fine too. But it's just like it traces back to you, so there's a greater incentive to do a better job. And it also helps the company weed out problem people, because I'm sure PSA would love to have great QC, but they're not willing to really either vet or pay their employees enough to do that.
Gotta pay for ad spots, bro. Dude, that's the thing that I honestly do hate, is if they spent 20% more on assembly and QC, just like across the board, they would get a higher level of people applying for their job, because $19 an hour is like nothing nowadays. For working on firearms, for having terrible management, for having a super high turnover rate. Like, listen, guys, like you should actually, like, these are the guys that are actually putting the systems together that people are going to defend themselves with. Like, I feel like assembly is like the most important thing. Like, because you can have great parts. You can put all Geisley LMT Knights Armament parts in a rifle, and if it's assembled by Timmy Tard, doesn't matter. They're going to perform like garbage, right?
Yeah.
If your gas
be
block is
dangerous.
loose, gun's not running. You know?
Yeah, it could even be very dangerous. Luckily, ARs are not prone to out of battery discharges, but I've seen guns blow up. Even
Even in South Carolina, at $20 an hour for assembly, it's a joke. It's a
nothing.
joke. Well, and that's the thing. I've told this story before, but when I applied for Zev when they were in Washington as a assembly, their starting wage was minimum wage. It was $14 an hour, which is a lot, all right, for Washington had a super high minimum wage. But still, it's like, wait, your $1,000 handguns are getting built by people making $14 an hour? Like, these are like premium Glocks. Like, surely they should not be put together by tards, right? Right?
You think? By the way, what do you think that rifle weighs? That ugly amalgamation he's holding right there.
All right, so the optic stack is probably just north of 2 pounds in total. Okay, the light pads foregrip probably push that close to 3. The suppressor is 10 ounces before the hub or mount, so let's say 1 pound roughly. So 4, 6 for the base rifle, 10 pounds.
Plus a full magazine is going to be another
11.
Yeah,
It's 11 pounds of full mag.
11-pound, 8-inch gun, boys.
And it's
How to ruin
$1,500
it-
bucks. It's
how to
$1,500
ruin
bucks,
an AR.
which is the same price as a Geisley on sale.
Yeah.
Like a Geisley on sale is the best value rifle on the market. It just always is. If you're not spending $800 on a BCM, upper and lower of choice, like it should be a Geisley. That's your next step. Or a Daniel Defense if they're on sale, right? Whatever it might be. I've seen Daniel Defense uppers on sale for $600. And that's a good deal. It's a good
There
deal.
was like something about like a Black Friday sale or some deal that they were a Blemula deal or something that Geisley did once where they were selling uppers for like sub $800. Like
Yes.
there's no reason to spend this kind of money on something that is you're taking an enormous risk buying something like this from this company.
Well,
right.
But I mean, then again, you have to think about who's actually buying this. It's not serious customers, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it looked cool. I buy it. I wanted a Q Honey Badger, couldn't afford it. This was half the cost. So I bought this instead.
You're totally right. 100%. Like that's the whole like scheme of the gun is saying like, hey, if you can't afford a Q product, you can buy from us.
BCM is commonly cheaper than Saber. Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen their uppers, like they have the free BCG charging handle sale where they're like $699, and $699 plus $150 lower, right? I mean, you're at $850 for like a rifle that's going to last you longer than most people will ever actually shoot a rifle, right? Most people maybe put 1,000 rounds a year, maybe, right? Now, I advocate for more, but I understand that people don't shoot that much. So that rifle's going to last you 20 years, basically. Skinwalker bought a Caracal. Which length? Which length did you buy? Because I like the Caracal. I would buy another one. I would buy a SIG 516 as well, even though I don't like SIG, because I like the 516. I like the 516. I like the Caracal. Very cool. Someday we will get the Caracal 308 in America.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Now, I talked to them at SHOT Show 2025, and they were like, keep this on the down low, but like we were looking at bringing it in. And so maybe 2026 SHOT Show, I'll pay him another visit and see if we can get in there. Oh yeah, Skinwalker. I've reviewed the Caracal 816 and the SIG 516. Great continuations of the 416, and in my opinion, better in just about every way. So, yeah. All right. Now, gentlemen, everyone who's here, I need you to talk me out of buying because I have my 18-inch SPR over there that has actually a Geisley Blemula the Super Duty receiver set. So it has the notched rail and upper receiver with like a 16-inch handguard. So it's stupid long. But talk me out of making a 22 Creedmoor as my next SPR. Or sorry, 22. I think I wanted 22 ARC, not 22 Creedmoor. I don't know why I pulled this one up. But 22 ARC for my next small frame AR build.
I think it was either 22 Creedmoor or 22 ARC, and I'd have to go back and look at them because I get them mixed up all the time. But they're very close to 22 250 Ackley improved. Which is kind of a, it's like you have to build an Ackley approved chamber or get one, and then you fire 22 250 brass, and you reload it. And it's like, that's a lot of hassle. Versus just buying something that's basically like the ultimate 22 caliber gun. Because both 22 Creedmoor and 22 ARC, what I've seen, they are pretty nice.
So that's the thing that I like about 22 ARC is that you can get this would still be like quote unquote SPR purposes. So for instance, you're going for 18-inch barrel to 18-inch barrel. You add like another 300 FPS or like 250 FPS on top of like 77 grain ELDMs or whatever it is, right? So your barrel life goes down, but this would be like for match ammo only, for long range stuff only. So like I don't really care about barrel life since I'm not going to be shooting that much match ammo to begin with. But for like a small platform AR, same weight as a 5.56, but I've just made a super flat 1,000-yard rifle.
I mean, other than just like cost of the cartridge, right? Like that's usually
Well,
the
that's
most
the thing.
prohibitive part.
6 arc, 22 arc, to even 5.56 match from Hornady, they're about $1.30 a round.
That's
So
not terrible.
It's about like 6 arc and 22 arc are basically the same cost, basically interchangeable.
Well, and like 6.5 Creedmoor had the same criticism like 3 or 4 years ago, where most of the cartridges that were available were above like $1.20. And now, with how popular it's getting, you can get plinking ammo for very close to what you can buy 308 for. I think SG ammo, if you even like Ammo Seek, right? You can find like the best deals with the best shipping opportunities. It's not crazy expensive. Like you can get 308 and 6.5 Creed for sub 80 cents around now. Like it's not going to be crazy good stuff, but it's
No.
plinking ammo, right? But
Well, so that's the thing.
ultimately-
People are like, oh, well, 6.5 Grendel, 70 cents a round. It's like, yeah, for 4 MOA ball.
Yeah.
It's like,
It's not-
that's not interesting.
No, it's not. Not when you're trying to do like long range, like 1,000-yard shots.
Mhm.
So, but
It's like
when those
match for match, 6 arc, 6.5 Grendel, 22 arc, match box per match box, almost the exact same cost.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just it is really worth, and they're great cartridges. Like the people who shoot 6 arc, they swear by it. I've never known anyone that runs a 6 arc gun that hates it or says, "Well, no, actually, it kind of sucks." Like everything I've heard from 6 arc users, it's profoundly good, and that's the same thing with 6.5. Like the people who shoot 6.5. I remember early days of 6.5. There's a lot of naysayers, and people were like, "No, it's you don't want that. It's a gimmick round." And now it's like it's a great AR-10 round. Like it's really good for what you get.
Yeah, I mean, right now, even what's funny is 22 arc for match ammo, Hornady Black, 88 grade ELDMs are 92 cents a round.
Yeah, sub $1.
Sub $1. I mean, it's match ammo for a match purpose, right?
Yeah.
It's not a plinking round, and I wouldn't use it for a plinking round. And also to be clear, like barrel life, you only get 2,500 rounds of barrel life. It's like, well, yeah, 2,500 rounds of match ammo is going to take me what, years to actually do, right? You're going to get settled in the platform, get, build a rep, because you also it's you would only ever use it for, you could use all your train 5.56, right? Because the manual of arms is the same. It's going to have, a little bit more recoil or whatnot, but it's basically the same platform, same weight. So it's not like you have to be shooting it every single time you go out to the range. It's all the same fundamentals as 5.56, right?
Well, and when you can factor in like the cost of getting that many rounds out, it's like, okay, well, it's still a lot of money in ammo versus like what the cost of the gun is probably going to be. And that's true for almost every caliber, right? Like how many rounds can you shoot through a 5.56 gun before it burns out? A few $1,000s worth.
Yeah, it's that argument. Like if the barrel's $180, I don't care if I have to spend $2,500 worth of ammo to replace the barrel. Now Chud says, brother, AAC match is 75 cents for 6.5 Grendel. Brother, I ain't buying AAC anything. I appreciate it though. All right. This was a video shared in the Discord, which would probably make a great conversation piece for us because it's also, it's kind of topical, I guess, with some leaked messages going around, right? Some people saying some wacky things. With you guys remember the young Republican Discord messages or Telegram chat, whatever chats they were in. They got leaked, and people went crazy about it. People saying mean words online, people saying jokes. Where have I heard this one before? So maybe this will be a topical conversation piece for us. Now, this is by a small little channel called Tom Foe, which you guys should definitely check out. Let me go ahead and link this video in the stream for you guys right now. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and let this play and see what we think.
Politico a few days ago.
Let's go to the very beginning.
An article released by Politico a few days ago came out exposing a bunch of young Republicans in a Telegram group chat. Somebody in the group chat screenshot essentially thousands of messages where the people were saying stuff like, great, I love Hitler. When do we start bullying? referring to black people as watermelon people and all these other things. And of course, this stuff's gone viral to the point to where a lot of people have had reactions to it, a lot of different reactions. Even the vice president.
Now, I think it is funny that he's playing a video game, right, at the same time that he's conversing about people's chat messages being too spicy, because I do remember a time when your average conversation in Modern Warfare 2, 3, Halo 2, like you would teabag somebody on the other team. And let me tell you, like it wouldn't even be coded. It wouldn't even be jokes. These people would straight up threaten to murder and grape you and your family, dog. You know, it's like, this is just, it's just online banter though. You know, it's not that serious, dog.
It's where our boys became men.
That's right. It's where we learned how to converse with people. And some of you just brought it over into the real world, which is funny.
President JD Vance commented on it, and everybody has their own reasoning for it. And I'm here to say that I don't care. I don't care that these messages got leaked. I don't care that this group chat got exposed on the internet. I don't, and I'm going to explain why. And I just want you to know before we get into this, I'm going to say a lot of things in this video that are probably going to be very offensive to a lot of people. A lot of people are going to disagree and not like what I have to say, and that's including people who are subscribed to this channel. So I'm just letting you know ahead of time before we do this, because I expect a lot of you to disagree. I even expect maybe some of you to unsubscribe from my channel.
Now, he doesn't have a big channel, 1,500 subs. I've never talked to this man before, but I think if you go to his page, he says something, yeah, Gen Z politics, conservative Gen Z. Also, Renan, I don't know how old you are, but I am 29, soon to be turning 30. And so I'm the last year of millennial. So, and I know a lot of people in the Discord and that we hang out with and talk to, I know they are Zoomers. And we've talked about articles where Zoomers are further right than their parents are, and things are continuing to shift further to the right. So I think that this is an important topic for young men.
Absolutely. Yeah, I grew up in a conservative house, so I'm 33. So I know what it was like, right? And the I will say this, right? When you look at like the center politics back then, the right has gone a little farther right, and I think that had more to do with integration in the Tea Party, right? When the Tea Party became a threat to the Republican Party and threatened to split the vote. But you've seen a far greater shift left on the left side from center politics. In fact, if you go back and look at what a lot of the left politicians were speaking about on immigration and things like that, it's very much in line with conservative talking points today. So I think there is a conservative revival, or a, I
would just say right wing,
conservative, kind of in that same. I wouldn't necessarily say a Republican revival, because I think
no. Well, I think that's the thing, is I think the Democrats and Republicans are kind of on a timer in terms of their relevancy, and I think that Republicans are kind of taking a hold of that move faster than Democrats are. Because you'll have people who are like the Hassan Piker types who will say, like, quite literally, I hate Democrats. I hate liberals. I hate everything that they stand for, right? We are not liberals. We are communists, right? We are Marxists, right? And then they're saying that openly. Now, of course, the Democrats are simply the platform of power that they have, but they are going to try and push them further and further to the left. And, Zoomers are attempting to do the same with the Republican Party, which they're both going to undergo a face change in the next 20 years.
They're going to have to. They're going to lose too much of their base, and the majority of that base is going to form a political party that's going to outvote them. And I think that's going to happen very soon, like in the next 8 to 12 years. Like, I think we're going to see that probably before our children grow up.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, the world I grew up in is going to be vastly different, because I have 3 young children. It's going to be vastly different than the one that my children grow up in, like ridiculously so, right?
I'm letting you know I'm going to be playing devil's advocate on a lot of different things, and you'll understand what those things are by the end of the video. So if you do have disagreements, all I ask is that you hear me out, you listen to what I have to say, and, make up your mind. That's all anybody can really do with any of this stuff But the reasoning that a lot of conservatives and Republicans are having different reactions to this is you have some that don't care about the group chat leaks because they said, well, think about what left-leaning group chats are like. Think about people who celebrated, when Charlie died, or think about this, or think about...
Well, that's the funny dichotomy there is we don't even have to worry about a leaked group chat. We know what you guys say publicly about us. Where's that? Do I have to pull up that Reddit image again where they're like, oh, good, more dead children. Like, let's go. Take the fight to them and their kids. Never let them forget. LOL. Where's your God now? All that sort of stuff referring to, of course, dead Christian children during a Catholic attack. But yeah, I mean, we know what these guys say publicly. So it's like, at some point you have to say, I don't care. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to play into your faux offendedness because of some mean words that were said online. I don't care. Your side wants to see my family destitute, dead, my children taken from me. They want me to be completely banished from the internet and from existence as a whole. I just don't care. I don't care about mean words. I don't care.
About that. I don't care what a bunch of people say in a group chat that's private. Even the article that came out talks about how the majority of the messages were just jokes. They're just very edgy jokes. And a lot of Republicans are disavowing them. There's a bunch of young Republican groups coming out disavowing these guys, saying we would never support these people. We would never unite with these types of people, these far-right neo-Nazi kids in this group chat. We do not like them. They're not true Republicans. And I'm going to talk about that. But I'm also here to mainly talk about and address to all the conservatives and even liberals, because they're...
Side note on the gameplay. Does the gameplay look spurgy to you guys? Like so twitchy and fast-paced? I haven't played Battlefield 6, but it just looks like high-quality Call of Duty, like big Call of Duty. It's very twitchy.
I think I'm just getting old, and it's just very it's just so fast, and it makes me exhausted watching it because I imagine myself trying to do those kinds of movements and runs, and I'm like, dude, I get so gassed so quick, moving that quick with gear on and stuff. It seems unrealistic almost.
Mm-hmm. Battlefield 6, but Halo. Like, imagine if Halo had come out with a good game in the last 14 years. Wouldn't that be wild?
Oh my gosh.
Liberals who have conservative kids. That is a thing. And they saw this and they had reactions to it too. They're probably wondering, does my son think like this? Does he have a group chat like this? Does he say things like this? I hope not. And I'm here to tell you, if you're one of those people, whether you're conservative or liberal, and you're just thinking, how? After everything that's happened, how is it okay for all these young kids to even think it's funny to say something like, I love Hitler? Why is it okay to joke about? Why is it okay to support that? And I'm also here to say that it's not always jokes. I can guarantee you, as someone who's a part of Gen Z, 100%, Gen Z as a whole likes Hitler more than like any other generation. And I'm going to explain why, because it's pretty important. Because a lot of people are freaking out that we would even joke about this stuff.
Now, I'm not sure what his reasoning is going to be because I haven't seen the video yet, but I would simply say, if you didn't want to recreate Weimar Germany, then why did you put all these conditions in place that perfectly recreate Weimar Germany? It's like,
yeah.
Well, why are people advocating for certain policies that happened from the bad guys in World War II? It's like, well, have you seen the state of the world? Have you seen what you've given them to live for? It's like, well, listen, they have trans rights and AIDS and fentanyl. What else could they want? Oh, and they're hated in their own countries. It's like, maybe there's another solution. Maybe there's something else we could do.
Joke about actually liking him. They're freaking out because they're like, that can't be my son. And for me to explain it in the best way that I can, there was actually a video someone sent me on Instagram. And this video, it was from this creator. It was either a political streamer or something. I don't know his name, and I don't know the quote perfectly. I'm going to be paraphrasing it. But if you know who I'm talking about, please comment below who this guy is, because it was a pretty good take, but it wasn't on this subject. This was from like weeks ago. But it applies to this. And I think it's one of the best ways to explain why Gen Z in general likes Hitler more. Because it's not just jokes. I'm being honest with you. Because a lot of older people seem to struggle with this, and I think it's important to tell them why. And what this guy said in this video is he said, and I'm paraphrasing, right? He said something like, as Americans, we live in a country that is a fuck Hitler society. And what does that mean? Fuck Hitler society means you're raised in a country where from the very earliest stages possible, you're taught about World War II. You're taught about Hitler and Nazis being evil and bad, and we were the good guys. You're never taught about the nuances of World War II. You're never taught about different sides or perspectives.
Well, I think there's a little bit more to it than that, but I think younger generations being rebellious and punk for their time is just a thing throughout all of history for the most part, but especially now. So like you could say the boomers was their punk was the civil rights movement, which was gay and degenerate, of course. And then you have, you know, later on it was drugs and crime or something like that, and goth chicks. And then now it's like, well, what do your parents tell you? What is the social norm? And it's like the World War II bad guys, heckin' bad. And then they're like, oh, by the way, John, you have a family and you want to preserve traditional values and your nation. You're a fascist. And I'm like, well, wait. I mean, did the fascists want to preserve their family? Because if you're telling me that the fascists wanted to preserve their families and they wanted to preserve their nations and they wanted to have a traditional order in their society and didn't want to give way to degeneracy, and then you're calling me a fascist, it's like, well, maybe that's not the worst thing in the world, right? By your terms, if you're saying that my normal traditional beliefs are evil, I'm just going to disregard everything you say, and that includes Hitler and the bad guys from World War II, right? I'm just going to disregard your worldview as a whole and substitute it with something else.
What do you who do you think, if the World War II veterans were of our age and they came back today, who do you think they would side with?
Oh, buddy, do I have it liked? Let me see if I can find it. So I had a clip of a ancient veteran
I know which one you're talking
about protesters, and he was like, "Give me a gun, I'll shoot them myself."
Yeah. Yeah.
So I do like this fake. Your grandfathers who fought in World War II were Antifa. It's like, no. They were soldiers fighting for their country, and they did a job. If you follow what they said about the enemy, they were respectful about the enemy. They didn't hate them. There wasn't this sort of like lay heckin' punch a Nazi nonsense, right? It wasn't like that at all. They were soldiers doing a job for their country.
Yeah.
And they believed it would be better for their country, not whatever it is now, right? And yeah, I'm trying to find that clip. I don't have it handy, but essentially the old veteran yelling at the protesters, like he turns to a cop there, or somebody's like, "Give me a gun, I'll shoot him myself." I don't think your grandfathers who fought the heckin' bad guys would side with the society you've created.
No, they wouldn't. There's another clip, and I'm sure this guy has passed on since now it's an old clip, but he was a World War II vet, and he's talking about his what he did in the war and what is happening today, and he cries, like he begins to weep, and his family consoles him. He's like, "This is not what we fought for. It's going all to hell, and this is not what we sacrificed for and died for." And when you look in that perspective, it's trampling upon their sacrifice. The sacrifice of people who did make this country great and who fought for it and who died for it. And, that, that's
like you
enraging.
think your grandfather would be supporting your trans interracial children, right?
Yeah.
Good luck with that. It is a perversion. It is a lie. I agree with that. Yeah, was it Was it Patton who said we fought the wrong enemy or something? One of those guys that said that before he was strangely killed in an accident or something like that. So, yeah.
Perspectives, you're always shown one side, and that we were unapologetically the good guys throughout World War II, even though they'll tell you about how.
Okay, I need that Norm clip. Hey, I was reading the history book the other day, and it turns out the good guys won every time throughout all of history. Who would have thought? What a coincidence.
We were doing shady stuff before that. They won't tell you everything. As a result, you're raised in a society where you're taught in school and through history and education and all this stuff that Hitler's evil. And you watch movies, and there's 100,000 movies coming out every 10 seconds about how Nazis were bad. In every video game you can think of, Nazis are evil and bad. And you're just basically hammered with this over and over and over in this fuck Hitler society that Hitler was bad. And you have to think, what does a generation that's raised like that do?
Now I'm gonna disappoint all my Nat socks in the chat here, but I find the reverse also funny. People trying to be like, well, actually, Hitler was a Lehecken based trad cat. And you could look into Hitler's personal beliefs about certain things, then you can just be like, just because maybe all the propaganda isn't true, but the inverse isn't automatically true just because the propaganda is also false, right? So don't get it twisted, okay? I'm not a Hitler fanboy either, all right?
Do when they grow up and they start paying attention to things, they start reading between the lines, they start looking at what kind of country do we have? What does a fuck Hitler country, a fuck Hitler society lead to? I'll tell you what it leads to. A fuck Hitler society leads to a country where people accept and endorse transgenderism. Parents all over this country love and celebrate them mutilating their own children's genitals and putting them on puberty blockers. A fuck Hitler society leads to a country.
Wow, Shadow Force, I hadn't thought about it like that.
Well, he didn't. He got to Argentina, man.
Dude, I have a meme for this. All right, let me find it. Pulling an Alex Jones right here. Oh, I have a meme for this. Images. Patrick, where is it? Gosh dang it. I love this meme so much. It's everybody trying to kill Hitler, and then it's like Patrick dunking over everybody, and it says Hitler beating everybody else to the punch of trying to kill Hitler.
Where over 37 million people are on antidepressants and almost 50,000 people a year kill themselves. A fuck Hitler society.
Not to mention 100,000 deaths of fentanyl overdoses. Don't forget that.
Society leads to where when your daughter turns 18, she gets celebrated for making an OnlyFans. It's a society that hates God. It's a society where the family is completely deconstructed and destroyed. It's a society that hates Nazis but loves communism. And to anybody who would say, America doesn't love communism, we actually don't like communism.
Yeah, I mean, I think what he's trying to say, and using Hitler as the analogy for it, is probably more accurate to say, like, look at the value systems, right? So look at like a traditional masculine value system versus a gay communist value system, right? Which is what we have, right? A lot of our institutions, the long march through them to convert them over to Marxism, that being our schools, major institutions, seats of power. You now have outright communist mayors that are explicitly anti-America. Many of these people are DA, judges, politicians as well that work for foreign governments, not just the ones in the Middle East, but others as well, right? And you have a society whose values are so diametrically opposed to anything before thought possible. I mean, it's objectively too that the communists won World War II, not the West.
Because of the Red Scare. Then why is it in every single...
I don't know if the videos he's trying... So he's using Hitler as a substitute for like the value systems, I suppose. But I get what he's saying, right? So if you're telling me the society's saying Hitler lay bad, but then the society is just evil, decrepit, and disgusting, right? Doesn't that make you reevaluate the fact that they told you Hitler was bad, right? Which it would, right? It would naturally cause people to question this value systems. If you keep on telling me that this is really bad and awful and evil, but you abort 1 million children a year, you know, but like you said, 100,000 people die a year of overdoses, you have trans children, genital mutilation of children, Sharia law in the United States in some places, right? It's like, I got to reevaluate my core beliefs. Was, you know, not necessarily this person, but was this value system actually bad, right? Because I've seen what this one, the one that we currently have, I've seen what this one leads to. What about this one, right?
Well, that's the thing, is they want to make Hitler seem like the boogeyman, but they are so much worse. They are so much worse than what they are.
That's the Holocaust propaganda, right? It's like, I'll grant you the 6 million number. I don't care. 30 million Christians died in the Holodomor that were systematically starved by Bolsheviks who happened to be Jews, right? So, I mean, like, only one of those gets taught in schools. Only one of those gets shoved down your throats. Only one of those is important in modern society, so on and so forth.
One of those is socially acceptable and expected to know, and the other one is debatable statistics in their eyes. And that's the thing, is who controls the consensus.
Bro, that's a disgusting image. Could you stop doing that, please? PSI sweating from his big back flaps.
Imagine the smell.
Yeah, RC says, my grandpa died for a gay marriage in Minneapolis with Muslims call to prayer. Yeah, imagine your grandpa being transferred right now to hearing Muslim prayer calls on loudspeakers 5 times a day.
University. Why is it that every single school has some teacher that hates capitalism and loves communism? And I'm not just talking about a
Yeah, and Noob Procrastinator gets it. Says, so they associate you. They say, you're a fascist, you're evil. But you're like, no, I love my family. I love my church. I love my nation. I stand against what I find evil. And you're calling me this ideology and saying, well, look, this person also stood for that. And I'm like, well, you know, it's that meme. Are we the baddies? Are you the baddies?
university either. I'm talking about the rural high school you send your children to. I guarantee you there's a teacher there that is a communist. That's filling your kid's head up with some communist shit. That's what a fuck Hitler society leads to. A fuck Hitler society leads to a society where there is no future for its children. There is no social security. There is no job market. We have no money. We're in debt. A fuck Hitler society is a society where foreign adversaries and fifth column people in our own government take control.
I'm not terminally online enough. What does fifth column mean?
I'm not sure.
I wonder if they're referring to the fifth industrial revolution.
And lobby us.
Looking it up, the fifth column refers to a group of people inside a country who secretly work to help an enemy, engaging in sabotage, espionage, or subversion.
Well, I mean, I think there are lots of those types of people within our country and places of leadership and whatnot. I think some of them even brag about it. I mean, what's her name? The Somalian girl that married her brother. What's her name? Ilhan Omar. Wasn't she like, she was like, I love my people. I love Somalia. And then like 3 things down there was like America. And it's like, oh yeah. She's like, I want what's best for my people back home. It's like, aren't you an elected official for America? What's going on here? Yeah, no, many types. Many types. The media, people saying it, you know?
For other countries. A fuck Hitler society is a country where we send our own children to die. For what? For oil? For regime change? For all these other things? A fuck Hitler society is a society where we celebrate abortion. We love and celebrate abortion to the point to where we found out recently that my generation, 30% of Gen Z was aborted. A fuck Hitler society is a...
Well, people ask, why is Gen Z so radical? Why Why do why are they switching further and further right wing in some cases? Why are they being so outspoken on certain things? And it's like the battle lines, the ideological battle lines have been drawn, right? You have the far left Hassan Piker Destiny communists essentially, and then on the right you have like Nick Fuentes. Now, I personally don't advocate for either of those sides, as I think they're both going to lead to bad places, right? If you take these ideological extremes to their logical conclusions. But I know which side you got to side with, or which side has a higher possibility of good outcomes, and it's the one that does not deny Christ, right? The one that does not deny all religion, right? The one that does not support mass abortions, the one that does not support transitioning your children against your will. Okay, I know which side doesn't stand for that.
A society where people destroy our own monuments, our cities are trashed and smell like shit. Your daughter can't even go out without being raped or stabbed. Your son gets shot in the neck, and half the country celebrates. A fuck Hitler society is a society where all these people come out and say, well, we're a melting pot and I don't see race. Race doesn't matter. Tribalism doesn't matter. That's not important. And yet there's still more people today that are more actually racist and hate you because of the color of your skin than ever before. A fuck Hitler society is a society that is suicidal and is literally on a death spiral to total destruction. And I could go on for literally hours. I have a million reasons. I have a million points. But what I'm basically saying is, what Gen Z has done is they've grown up in a place where the people who are calling them Nazis and saying that they're toxic and they're evil are the same people that want to cut their kids' dicks off. And they look at a bunch of people setting their city on fire and beating the shit out of people as peacefully protesting. And they think it's okay if a bunch of illegals come into this country and take your jobs, as long as they're taking them from white people. The people who think that and say that, those are the people who are calling your sons Nazis when they disagree. So it causes all these younger people to think, if all these people who are saying Nazis are evil and Hitler's bad, and these are the people who want me to die, and they want my country to look like shit and smell like shit and be unsafe and me not to have a future, then how bad can Hitler really be? And anytime anyone actually has a logical question to ask their parents, even their teachers, they get scolded, they get sent to detention, they get banned, they get censored. Which, just so you know, by your own logic with that type of thinking, that's going to push those people to certain parts of the internet to ask those questions. And the only people that are going to be willing to discuss those questions are people who love Hitler. So now, instead of...
Yeah, right. And so I think instead of actually dealing with the issue, instead of being honest with people, instead of having like a real conversation about this, he is correct. Like, you see places where this ideology just flourishes, and you're going to do it. You're going to push it underground until it grows and grows and grows, and it might just be unstoppable. You know, it's if you can't hash it out, if you can't actually have a conversation, like, this is where it leads. It leads to ideological polarization and eventual violence.
Having a debate about things or having a dialogue, you took people from hearing one extreme side, one-sided information, to the other side where it's one-sided and extreme. And they're seeing something like, well, let me do a little bit of research into what happened before World War II. What did Hitler do for his country before the war started? What happened? And you do the smallest bit of research into it, and what do you find out? You find out that this guy...
Jarvis, could you Google, Jarvis, look into child brothels in Germany, 1933 to 1936.
Took Germany when it was on the brink of...
It went to zero, by the way. That's what happened.
Total annihilation, and 1 out of 3 adults were out of work, and nobody could afford food. And the only city that had really anything going for it was a city where there was degeneracy and porn and a bunch of gay rights advocacy and transgender books and all these kid brothels and all this shit, which is actually a fact. Those were like the only cities in Germany that had anything going on for it. And he took that country and he turned it to a safe place that was clean, where people had jobs and food. They had prosperity. They had to give up a lot of rights. But I think Tucker Carlson said it best. How can you argue against somebody, a younger person who's for socialism, when you...
What are we watching? We're watching I Don't Care About a Group Chat leak and talking about the political polarization of young men in America. Why the shift rightward for a lot of them, right?
live in a capitalist society where nobody's safe and nobody has money and nobody has a future. Of course they're going to turn to socialism. Of course they're going to turn to all these different alternatives because the thing you're using doesn't work. And people look at Hitler, they look at Nazis, they look at Germany, and they see, wow, it became a police state and it got clean. And people had money and people were able to eat and be happy. And it was great to the point to where all these other world leaders, even from English Parliament, visited before the war and said stuff like, wow, Hitler, you're such a great leader. You restored the honor to Germany. You restored its soul. All these different things. You never hear about this stuff in school, though. It's kind of funny why. And a lot of you are going to say, oh, that's not true. That's actually... No, it is. That's not even an opinion. That's literally just basic facts of what happened before. Now, I'm not condoning everything Hitler did, but like I said, I'm here to play devil's advocate. I'm here to tell you that your son is growing up in a country where it is a fuck Hitler society. And they're taking a look around. They're looking at things long term and they're looking at things right in front of them and they're seeing, what does that lead to? It leads to degeneracy. It leads to this sinful country where we sacrifice our own children, either by sending them to war or sending our mothers to...
Now, I think there's also a bit of survivor's bias here, right? When you have to think about all this stuff. So you see the world that was created post World War II, post all of this, and you see it now, and you're like, okay, this is heckin' cringe. But you don't see it the other way. You don't have access or possibility to see what, like, you can't reverse engineer and say, well, actually, it would have been heckin' based if it went the other way, right? We have no idea. You have no idea what it would have been the other way. So, I mean, you can look now and say, oh, it's awful and evil, and it would have been better the other way, but you can sometimes maybe you don't actually know what you're wishing for, right? Simply can't know.
To an abortion clinic, and for what? So we can all just be on birth control and fuck more? It's like nothing good is coming out of this. Nothing fruitful is coming out of any of this. Everything is bad. And yes, America is a great country. I love America. I'm not here to black pill or doom. I'm just going to be honest with you. America is an amazing country. We have a lot of things going for us that other countries wish they had. That's just the truth. But I'm not going to lie. The versions of all those things that we currently have now are the worst versions. It's not like how it was 20, 30 years ago. We have the worst versions of all of those things, whether it's the economy, whether it's capitalism in general, whether it's jobs or education, whether it's medical insurance industry, whether it's the pharmaceutical industry, whether it's free speech, pretty much any amendment you can think of. It's like we have the worst versions of all of it now than ever before.
Now, one thing that I will say about people on the right is that usually I agree with almost all of them in terms of their identification of the problems, right? Because I think generically people on the right will say all of these things, right? Everything you just mentioned there about the problems with our society. But I think, as many of you in the chat are saying, we disagree with the prescriptions, right? So you shouldn't be sitting here listening to this young man vent and say, well, okay, well, what is the prescriptions? Is this what we should actually do? Do we need a heckin' fascism or something in here? The prescription is the complicated part, right? I think most people on the right generically agree on the problems. We can see the symptoms, but the prescriptions, the policy, that's where things get very, very difficult.
I think also on that, it becomes problematic when you have an atomized group where no one can necessarily agree on the solution, but you have a greater, more organized enemy to face. And at that point, it's you do have to sometimes say, okay, I'm gonna set maybe some of my differences aside within my own group that I have 85 or 95% in common with, to overcome this other group that I have nothing in common with, right? And I think it's some people don't want to do that, and I understand, like, compromising on your values is how we get to this place in the first spot, right? It's like once you say, well, I'll compromise a little,
Well,
and you know,
Yeah, it's like you trade one hellscape for another, right? It just takes time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, which is usually the way of the world, right? Things don't last forever. Empires don't last forever. I would just say historically, the greatest empire, the longest lasting empire of all time was the Byzantine Empire, right? Over 1,000 years, the Eastern Roman Empire. Not, you know, you could combine it in with the Western Empire if you wanted to, but the Eastern Empire, which had very specific policies that restricted what certain people could and could not do, lasted the longest, right? So, I mean, if you want to create a society that can last longer, I would simply look to the past and see what worked then, because even with technology, I think that we can still sort of move along in that vein. Now, I'm not necessarily advocating for monarchies or theocracy, but I think generically Christian nationalism, that being a nation based on Christian values, not an enforced religion. I don't think you can actually enforce Christianity, right? You can make people go through the motions, but that's not a status of the heart. But I think a nation based upon a people following Christian values is the best, most secure, long-running system.
I agree. And I would even say, right, the only monarchy I'm for is the one where Christ is king.
Well, I totally understand that. But it's like, how do we actually have a political system and power as a people, right? Because as a nation, you have to have power. Otherwise, just another nation will take you over, right? Which is what happened to the Byzantium Empire eventually, is they lost power and they couldn't hold it anymore. Well, so Normie Saxon says a nation is based first and foremost on blood. Well, I know what you're saying, but my definition of nation is a people, right? And to be fair to the Byzantium Empire, there were many people groups within Byzantium. So it wasn't like it was homogenous, but not to like what's the right word? Not to like a really, really restrictive ethnic group, right? There were many people grouped within Byzantium because it was so huge, right? Of course, right, which can lead to problems. But yeah, I say nations by definition are a people group, right? So there's a blood relation between people for sure. And I guess it's a definition of how tight do you want that blood relation to be, right? For instance, I'm a Scottish person, right? I live in the Midwest where there's a lot of German people. Basically, everybody has a German accent here. If you're a true Midwesterner, right? But I can get along with them. So even if we're not like closely blood related, we can still get along. However, pick your sub-Saharan African country, where I might be 95% aligned with a German, I'm going to be 12% aligned, like ethnically with not saying that we're ontologically different, but just saying that the people group has different wants, desires, needs, generalities, cultures, all that sort of stuff, which is downstream from race, of course, as well. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
And so to all these people that are freaking out saying, why? How could the younger generation joke about liking Hitler? Or, like I said, how could they actually like Hitler? Because a lot of
You take that back. You take that back. I said this joke earlier, but yeah, Italians, too black to be white, too white to be black. Sorry, guys. That's also a joke, by the way. I love Italians, okay? Love Italy.
Do. Maybe because
every time I make a joke, I gotta say that every time I make a joke about Italians, I get at least 3 messages being like, "Bro, I'm Italian. We're white. We're white." And it's like, no, I get it, guys. I love you very much. You're fantastic. You're my favorite honorary Aryans.
they see our society as being destroyed by the very people who say Hitler is a bad person, because that is true. Now you could say, well, that doesn't mean Hitler was a good person. Yeah, but that's kind of the whole point, is you need to have a dialogue on that at this point. You need to debate this, but you don't. You censor people, you tell people to shut up, you throw labels on us. Conservatives do this. I've seen so much of it recently, of conservatives labeling people ostracizing people, trying to shut people up, saying we don't need to unite with these far-right extremists. We don't need them to win. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. But the reason why I'm going so hard on this is because I think people are missing the picture on why the younger generation, the younger far right or conservative generation feels this way. And they don't care. Even if they are joking, even if they don't like Hitler, the fact that they joke about it, why they don't care if you get mad at them. Why they don't care if you call them racist or sexist or all these different things. Because the people that have been doing that, they're the people that have failed. The past generations have.
Yeah, so like when the blue-haired land whale calls you a heckin' racist, fascist, and evil, you just look at them and you're like, I don't know if I subscribe to your values of good and bad, right? It's like when the obese person in a wheelchair calls you a loser. It's like, really? 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 You? All right.
Have failed us, and your failures have consequences. This is one of them. It's a consequence that what you think about somebody like Hitler means nothing to the next generation, whether you're conservative or liberal, and for different reasons. And I hope you can understand that, because I don't want to see any of you fuckers getting upset that, like, my grandson likes Hitler. What the fuck? What do you expect? With everything that's
the boomer getting upset at a radical grandson is quite funny to me, because it's like, well, why are you the way you are? Well, it's like, well, grandpa, you ruined the housing market. You imported third world immigrants to kill, murder, rape, ruin the job market, ruin the housing market. I will never own a house. I'm 23 years old. I'm hated by the nation. Thanks, grandpa. You're the reason I'm radicalized. Sorry. Now, not that there aren't some based boomers out there, because there absolutely are. All right. Not trashing all you out there. I know there's a lot of old heads, mega based, great people. But listen, if you're retired at 65 with your $3 million house while your son's barely affording a studio apartment, with a dead end job after he got his college degree because you told him to go to college, like, you can understand why there's some resentment there, right?
what's going on. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people in the comments saying, well, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be better. We don't care. And you guys spent way too long censoring your own children, scolding your own children for having logical questions when it came to things. And not just the children, other people a part of your generation too. You're the ones who shoved them into the different corners on the internet, or even just in general before the internet. You're the ones that took those people, and instead of having a dialogue and a debate with them, you yelled at them, you took them off the air, you banned their books. So what do you expect to happen? You think it was just going to disappear? No. And so all the Republicans saying shit on Twitter about how, like, I would never join forces, I would never unite with any of these neo-Nazi.
No, I don't know if it's just the people that I follow, but the vast majority of things that I've seen are essentially, I don't care about this. This is nonsense. This is worthless. Like, I don't care about this. There's way bigger problems. Even JD Vance said, like, he made a joke about it, right? He was essentially saying, like, look at these awful, evil tweets calling for violence, or these leaked group messages. It's like, oh, wait, no, that was a person running for DA, a Democrat running for DA, calling for violence upon somebody. It's like, oh, sorry, wrong group chat leak.
Gen Z conservatives, I would rather lose. I saw somebody say that. I would rather lose than join with a Nazi. I don't think that guy.
I would rather my great-grandchildren live in a country that hates them and has forced castrations than ever align with a heckin' fascist. Yeah. All right.
Guy understands what that actually kind of means, especially in the context of everything that's been happening, even just in this year. What does that mean? That means this dude would rather live in a country where he loses, right? A country where his daughter is going to get raped and stabbed and bleed out and die by herself on a train. A country where your son will get shot in the neck and your neighbors would celebrate. A country where
Yeah, but I mean, Ben Shapiro, he is one of those fifth column people, right? Because he will ostensibly say, like, oh, I love America, I love America, I love America. And then anytime it's America versus Israel, he chooses Israel over America, right? He wants what's best for Israel. He wants what's best for his people, and his people are not your people, right? So when Matt Walsh is essentially, he's pretty milk toast a lot of the times, but when Matt Walsh was like, I think there's bigger issues, of course Ben is going to freak out because anti-Semitism is the biggest danger to Ben's people. So that's what Ben cares about, right?
Towing the line.
Yeah.
People get lit on fire on the New York subway station, and nobody does anything about it. They literally just record them and watch them burn to death. A country where people openly advocate for killing white people. That's what this dude's saying. He'd rather live in a country like that, a country where it smells like shit and looks like shit and there's no economic future and your college education is completely worthless and nothing has any meaning and there is no respect for God or anything holy. It's just whatever. There's so much nihilism and degeneracy. That's what this dude is saying. I don't want to team up as long as I don't team up with a Nazi. Because that's what a fuck Hitler society leads to. It leads to people saying shit like that. People coming out and saying shit like, I just can't be a Nazi. I can't be on their side. They say that as they are on their knees and somebody shoots them in the back of their head in front of their family while their house is being lit on fire. That's what these people are saying. And I understand a lot of these conservatives are paid shills. And I understand a lot of them are just bots and they're just trying to create division. But
Jake, are you drunk right now? Your brass rags meme? Did you send me a meme? Is it funny? Did you put it in the Discord?
I think it's the one where he's got his eyes edited funny about the Discord thing, but I'm not sure.
Where is it? Somebody send it to me?
Is it in side chat?
Is it in side chat? Oh, did he put it there?
Let me see. I think I'll send it to you. Hold on. I think I see the one he's
Okay.
talking about.
That's funny. Sorry, guys. Interruption here because I'm technologically illiterate.
I think this is the one he's talking about. I'm not entirely sure, unless he sent you a separate one.
That's horrible. Oh, that hurts my eyes looking at that. That makes my eyes water, bro. Damn. You know, that's why you're a terrible meme page right there, Jake, because like this is just hard to look at, man. Jump scare. Server's gone, man. Help me outside. Damn.
Who does he look like? He looks like someone in that.
Dude, he looks like 100 years old in that photo. I don't know if it's just the editing or whatnot, but his skin looks like it's like sagging down, and I think it's
He
just the
looks
resolution.
way older.
Yeah, that's rough, dude.
He looks like a 50-year-old who hasn't grayed yet.
Or dyeing his hair. That's what it looks like. It looks like his hair is dyed in that image. Like dye, you know, where it's obvious, like it's super black, and you're like, all right, buddy, sure, your hair is super, super black at like 70 years old. All right.
He kind of looks like Steve Buscemi just a little bit.
Steve Buscemi brass facts. The crossover you didn't know I needed.
some of these people that are saying these things aren't that. Some of these people are actually very prominent figures in the conservative movement. And the reason why I'm talking so much about the conservatives when it comes to this is because the liberals obviously have their own reaction. But here's the thing about that. They have their reaction regardless. Even if these text messages didn't get released, this group chat didn't get exposed, they would still think you're a Nazi.
Well, that's 100% true. They call everybody Nazi who's like to the right of, oh, dude, I don't even know. Who's a centrist figure? To the right of Tim Pool. Everybody to the right of Tim Pool is literally a Nazi. And if you ask some of them, Tim Pool himself is actually a Nazi. Little Hoppa Tim Pool is actually a Nazi. All 5'4" of him, okay? Peak Aryan material right there.
They would still think, even if you weren't joking about this stuff, that you were still a Nazi and that you deserve to die. Do you not get that? And you don't think that liberals and far left people don't have group chats that talk about similar things? Or, dude, do you know how many young far left liberals love communism And the idea of like the Bolsheviks revolution and all these different things, they see it as like a good thing. All these Christians dying, 60 million people being killed.
Well, yeah, no, they advocate like for the deaths of they say eat the rich, bash the fash, and who's fash? You, middle class white man with a family. You are bourgeoisie trash and oppressors, and must be defensively murdered in the streets. What did Hassan say? Fill the streets with their blood or something like that. Something like that, you know. But they would never call for violence or whatnot.
Which time?
Or
Yeah. Be more specific, John. Was this before or after he lightning bolted his dog?
worse yet, just Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck. You don't think there's group chats where people are celebrating that and think it's funny? And so that's why I'm not talking about the liberals. Everybody knows that. In fact, when these text messages got released, there was another person who's a liberal running for AG in Virginia, where he had text messages coming out, and he wasn't joking. He was being serious. And he was talking about how he wants his opponents and people who don't think the way he does on certain issues, he wants them to die, and he wants their children to die. So you have...
Well, and that was the thing that Peter Thiel Plant, JD Vance said as well. Well, yeah, it's like, listen, there are just left-wing guys, like politicians advocating for violence. I don't care about a group chat leak where you got some edgy boys sharing edgy boy memes. Who cares? Who cares? And honestly, it's good for us to have this sort of speech normalized, right, on the right. It's already normalized on the left, so I just, for equality, right?
Have a litmus test between people who say they love Hitler and people who are running for, parts of government where they say they want their opponents to be killed. And you have all these different people choosing who they get offended over and what they get offended over. I don't care what liberals think, dude. I really don't.
Well, so I think the reason why you see some of these Fed ops is to discriminate, to discourage, right, and to demonize these people. So I think that a lot of that is like false flagging. Not all of it, but a lot of it is false flagging and stuff like that to discredit and discourage these sorts of organizations, right?
The fifth column.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason why I'm talking about conservatives is because a bunch of them just recently threw a ton of young Republicans under the bus, exposing them, denouncing them, talking about how I just can't unify with this. All these young Republican groups coming out and denouncing them from each state. The only state I saw that didn't do that was Texas. I think there was one other, but I can't remember what it is. But every other state came out and had some letter. And also, why the fuck are all these fucking young Republican groups being run by 40-year-old women? Who the fuck put those bitches in charge? But I digress. We're not talking about that, but like that.
Well, that's another problem. Follow the money, follow the funding of the NGOs who's funding a lot of these Republican groups, right? And a lot of it is counter-programming, counter-signaling, or, controlled opposition, right? That's a lot of it.
You know who the head of the RNC was for the longest time, right?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
Ronna Romney McDaniels.
Sounds very American.
Romney.
No, I know. That's the joke.
That is something that's kind of like weird. We need to unite. We need to have each other's backs. And unfortunately for you conservatives, if you want to win, if you want your way of life to be preserved, and if you want to
actually conserve something, please conserve something other than the GDP, you retarded retards.
Live in a country.
There's other words I want to use, but
we're 3 hours in, John. You're probably
dude, yeah,
okay.
I know. Hey, you retarded faggot boomers! Could you conserve something other than the GDP, please?
They can't even conserve that.
Number go up, mean country better, right? Never mind the rape gang.
Where people are rioting every day and crime is just completely on the loose, and have a country where there's law and order and there's actually a future. If you want that to be the case, I hate to break it to you, you're going to have to team up with the neo-Nazi far-right kid. You are. Not the accelerationists, not the extremists, not the actual racists, because those are real people. But those people don't want a prosperous society. They want society to crumble. They want shit to be lit on fire. But the people in this group chat, the people who think like this, your grandson, your son, the people who talk like this, They actually want to save this country. They want to fix this country. And all these Republicans and conservatives coming out and saying, I would never. And all these people coming out and saying something like, tribalism, we just need to get past it. I saw somebody comment on my...
We need to overcome human nature. The next part of human nature that we're going to overcome is hunger and thirst.
Yeah, when you're dead, that's what happens, right? When
Speaking of overcoming hunger.
It's well, I mean, honestly, to be fair, they're doing the same thing with the nuclear family, though, right? They want to remove and replace the nuclear family with something else, right? Something evil and perverse. So they are actually going against nature, against our God-given nature, right? Which is families, nations, peoples.
Well, and you kind of mentioned it earlier about the Weimar conditions that are being fostered right now in America. One of the big things that happened in Germany was the devaluation of currency, and everyone is feeling the financial squeeze right now.
When you have to bring a wheelbarrow of cash to buy a loaf of bread, you have problems in your society.
Huge problems, right? But this is the thing, right? Like the whole association with Hitler, he brought positive change for Germany in the early years, right? And that, I think, is ultimately the identification. It's not like the death camps. It's not losing the war and having your entire country ravaged by a coalition of allied forces. It's not the later part of things. It's typically the positive change and overcoming the incredibly bad conditions that that Weimar Republic imposed on Germany. Even many historians will tell you, yeah, it was pretty unjust the way Germany was treated after World War I, right?
Well, World War I led to World War II.
Absolutely.
It's
like
just,
you
they're a
could not have it.
continuation. You can't have one without the other.
You could not, right? So I think like that's something that, whether it be like very conscious or subconscious, is maybe the association that people are gathering with Gen Z. And and for the other reasons he's listing about, it being almost counterculture to be pro that, right? But it's just everyone's seeing the conditions getting worse and worse and worse year to year to year, and people want positive change. And when you advocate for that, you get called the Nazi.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of your guys' comments to get to, so we're gonna grab these real fast actually because it's gonna be another like half hour to finish out this video.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off before that. It's getting pretty late here, and I've got to work in the morning. So,
well, you have nice, sir. Appreciate you, Richard.
Good night, Richard.
You got work to do for me too, Slave. Get back to it, all right?
I have been working on it today as well as everything else. So
okay,
but yeah,
I appreciate
if
it,
you
man.
guys could, chat, you know the drill. Go over, subscribe to
Focus Clips. Clips coming every day. We're clipping the videos, not the coins. Okay, not clipping videos, not coins. That's our motto over here.
Yep. Clips are coming.
Coming hard and fast every day.
Hard.
Hey, you guys are watching.
Harder's better.
You guys are going and watching this video, which I really appreciate. We've already bumped it up 300-400 views since starting and a bunch of likes. Do more. I'll put it, actually, let me put it in the description again for you guys.
Yeah, this guy is very well spoken.
He's well spoken, and he has his, you don't have to agree with the video, of course not. But I think it is important to understand from a Zoomer's perspective the shift, right? From their own words, not like some academic somewhere being like, well, I think it's really problematic. The Zoomers shift to the right. It's really just because of like people like Nick Fuentes propagandizing them. It's so surface level and nothing. It's like, are there any actual issues that they're dealing with that would bring them to think like this, right? No, just your retarded opinion. All right.
I'd be interested in having a conversation with the kid. He sounds like he's articulate
I'd have one.
and actually cares.
Yeah. Tom Poe, I would have Tom Poe on, of course. I hope to double his subscriber count.
I will fire off an email. Remind me tomorrow. So, but
Well,
all right, guys. You guys have a good night.
Good night, Richard.
Have a good night, Rich.
Night, chat.
All right. Wrong one. Oh, damn it. I did it again. No, my bad. Moonman for 5 says if I had the money and just one guy showed up, I would run. Million must go. I think that's in reference to that's back when we were talking about the mixtape.
No, I
Aaron
think he's
Keenar.
talking about the deportations.
Well, he's always talking about deportations. I mean, come on. Aaron Keenar for 5 says, I donkey PSI girl with focus trip live stream playing in the background as Hop drinks eggnog in the corner, drinks, and Brass takes photos. Wow, what a awkward goings on in that room that I do not want to be anywhere near. That sounds disgusting. Imagine the smell. Thank you, Aaron Keener. Appreciate it. Josh for 5 says, what if PSA made ice cream? Well, listen, I know they made you cream, so probably make ice cream as well.
Oh my god.
I don't know what that means, but thank you, Josh.
He's got a girl to visit.
Oh yeah. He's got is it a goth ice cream chick or is that a different chick?
That was a different chick, but
That was a different chick. Oh. Hey, guess what? Different chick, different fumble. Far too crazy for 2 says forget 22 arc. Do a 17556 instead. So I get it for the memes, right? But with 22 arc, you get real projectiles. With 17, you do not. You do not.
No.
You
Crazy
gotta-
speeds though.
Yeah,
Crazy
insane speeds. But like, I want a 90 grain projectile going 2800 FPS. Like, insanely high BC, cutting through the wind like it's grass, baby. Thank you, Far Too Crazy. Moonman for 5 says, I'm so glad I have the Warhammer and model train autism instead of whatever autism makes you buy lots of non-issue oddball calibers. Fair enough. Fair enough, Moonman. Thank you for the 5. Chud for 2 says, join 6'5 Grendel Master Race, or this will be my last super chat. Listen, Chud, as somebody who gets threats on the daily, you're going to have to offer a lot more than that to try and change my opinion. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the 2. Willie McDuff for $20. Thank you very much. That is very, very generous.
Gay.
Ban Asian massage reviews for being subversive and weird. See, being a weirdo? Listen, it's in the name. It's Asian massage reviews. What do you think he's going to do? Thank you, Willie. Zanyco for 5 says, what are the chances to get Hop and Pranka on again? Well, I'm definitely going to get Hop on again. Pranka, though, is a different story. I need to talk to him. I'll send him a message, see what he thinks. Get him back on again. It'll be great. Thank you, Zany. Appreciate it, sir. SV89 for 5 says, what have conservatives conserved? Come home, white man, stand up and be counted. The painter's only flaw was that he was too kind. We won't be. No, the painter had many flaws. Silly little man. Did some silly things. That's the thing. It's like the Hitler worship is just, to me, it's nonsensical. Like, I don't worship Charlemagne or some of these other like great leaders throughout history, right? It's just be real. Just people who did dumb things and ended up causing a lot of damage, right? Yeah, but no, conservatives have not conserved anyone or anything. Thank you, SV89. G17 Enjoyer for 5 says Hitler will emerge from the hatred that surrounds him now as one of the most significant figures who ever lived. JFK. Is that a real quote by JFK? Interesting. And then he was killed right after that. Thank you, G17 Enjoyer. Appreciate that, sir. Moonman for 5 says, as a fellow traveler, an incidental infiltrator, they are helpers of the enemy. Oh, sorry. You're talking about the column 5 people. I see what you're saying. Yes. Thank you, Moonman. Bert for 5 says, uber late and uber gay. Don Lemon is telling immigrants to legally buy guns and defend themselves against ICE. He said that's what the 2A is all about. Yep, that's what the founding fathers had in mind, was gay Latinx, defending themselves against deportation agents.
Could you imagine if there was a right-oriented person saying that about the ATF?
Whoa, listen, guys,
That's
buy guns right now, kill your local ATF agents. Their business is listed online. Go to your local ATF agent and kill them. Like, no, that was a joke. ATF, listen, that was a joke, okay? That was to an absurdism to express how bad of a idea that would be.
Yeah.
That would be mega cringe in game. But yeah, I mean, it does seem like the advocacy mostly gets brushed under the rug when it's from a certain side. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, if Hassan's chat messages got leaked, which Hassan's like normal chat is worse than whatever was in that Republican group chat. It's like, who cares? Nobody cares. They're only outraged when the media tells them to be. Moonman for 10 says, every Zoomer you ban winds up on Telegram joking and talking and making friends with people like me. I am the Zoomers' most prolific hate preacher. I will be their friend. They will be my goons. Yes, that's our local federal agent, Moonman for 10. Probably right, though. Yeah, it's like when you call them names and you push them out of society, they just find other places with like-minded individuals, and you might not like what they're saying there. So instead of addressing the issue, you just kick that can down the road. Thank you, Moonman. Moonman again for 10 says, the prescription isn't complicated. You will play T-ball with your boy, go to dinner with your wife in town, and you will not be asking how that sausage is made, or I will past tense the question askers. Well, when you put it like that, it's like for the average person, it's like life just seems normal, right? But for a few people, they're putting in some really hard work. That's kind of how it goes. Thank you, Moonman. Noob Actual has a gun question. How a 1500 bolt gun, 16-inch 6.5 Creed, or a CAC, K-A-K, 16-inch 22 arc upper, SPMR/DMR ranges 600 to 1,000.
I'd go with the Howa. The CAC's barrels,
yeah.
I just
how
can't
accurate
trust.
are they actually?
And the Howas are very proven.
The Howa is probably super nice, and if you're shooting 600 to 1,000 yards, the follow-up shots don't matter. So, like you're gonna be off target usually, unless it's like some like super low recoil system or you're super stable. So having a bolt gun doesn't actually make you any slower. So at those extended ranges, I would take the greater accuracy from a bolt gun. Now, I don't know why I wouldn't just run a 22 arc or a 6 Creed in that bolt gun, because if they make that bolt gun in a 6 Creed, well, you're gonna get, it's still a barrel burner, like 2,000 rounds tops, but I mean 6 Creed is even lighter recoiling and even flatter than 6.5 Creed. So I mean, if we're playing around with silly stuff, like go all the way.
I will
Thank you,
say
Noob
that
Actual.
those are the ranges that 6.5 really begins to excel at, though, like 600 to 1,000.
Oh yeah, like if you're only shooting inside of 400 yards, like who cares 3-weight versus 6.5 Creedmoor is like kind of irrelevant, right? They both drop about the same. It's like, oh, you have 4 inches less drop and like maybe 1 or 2 inches less of wind. It's like, it's not that big.
Yep.
Zany Co for 2 says, I will not quit until you admit that I invented logic.
Stop screaming until you admit I invented logic.
There you go. Thank you, Zany. Bloodbase for 10 says Republicans are the Washington Generals to the Democrats' Harlem Globetrotters. That's true. Just a freak show of disgusting clowns that pretend to be playing a real game. That's true. That's a good analogy. Thank you, Bloodbase. I'll use that in the future. Moonman for 5 says, real racists are bad. Yeah, okay, kid. Call me when you grow up. Every conservative off-ramping to try to pretend that we can live like it's the 90s. I mean, I think the kid misspoke a little bit there, because for me, my position is really simple. If somebody calls you a racist, you just have to ask them what that means. And like, I believe that there are differences between races, right? Certain races are better and worse at certain things, right? There's just normal genetics, right? Race is a real biological thing. I believe that. So if that makes me a racist, then yes, just say yes and move on with your day. It's like, what's the average height in Norway? It's like 6'1". What's the average height in South Korea? It's 5'6". Is there a genetic link? Yes. It's like really simple. Race is real. Thank you for that, Moonman. Joseph N. What a wonderful cat. For 10 says, bought a thermal sight from Battle Hawk Armory, $30 for shipping, and they sent it USPS instead of any other way. It's been stuck in Bedford Park for 3 days. FCK Battle Hawk Armory. Yeah, so I hate it when people charge shipping, like a lot of shipping for a really crappy service, because that should, for $30, like as somebody who has a commercial shipping account, like it should be 2-day. You can get 2-day air for just about anything. Because I mean, what's a thermal sight? Like a 10 by 10 box, 12 by 10 by 6 box, something like that. Like it should not be that complicated to get, and it's like 3 pounds at most, 3-4 pounds at most. 2-day air for $30. But of course, they wouldn't do that for you. That sucks. I hope you do get it, though. Or at least it's insured if you don't get it. Mr. Midwest for 2 says the best ways to support you and crew, less YouTube cut, the better. Well, hey, Mr. Midwest, appreciate you hanging out. Go to Ko-Fi, which is pinned in chat. That is the best way to support the crew, good sir. Appreciate it, Mr. Midwest. Thank you, sir. I think they only take 5%, where YouTube can take up to 50% if you're donating on a Apple device, which is nuts. Just Some Space Cowboy for 5 says new back rule. How about 1500 in 270? 6.5 Creed ballistics with more energy on target, but also more recoil because it's the longer action. So, like, I don't hate 270 as a hunting rifle, but as a target rifle, I think 6.5 Creed does everything it needs to do for hitting steel, right? So, and you have better bullet selection. So that's my thoughts on it. If it's just about hitting targets, not about terminal performance or energy or anything else like that. New backroll for 5 says, was that last question about guns less stupid than normal? It was great. It's great. Great question. I want to get more into bolt guns and fun calibers and stuff like that. That would be my goal for 2026, maybe.
I think
with
bolt
hitting
guns
GM.
are slept on. Like, I
100%.
think, you know, they're really good platforms, especially at the distance people plan to shoot them at. It's like, you know.
Yeah. German Sherman says, cost me $50 to get my PLXC back to primary arms. That sucks, dude. $50. I mean, so I have a commercial account, but you should be able to go to like Pirate Ship or some of these other places to get it cheaper than that. Because $50 sounds terrible.
Yeah, on an optic.
Yeah.
I've had ammo shipping cheaper than that.
Yeah, dude. Well, dude, I shipped 3,000 rounds of 9mm and 40, and it was $70.
Yeah.
So, and that's like 80 pounds, 80 to 100 pounds, right? So yeah, no, you got way overcharged, dog. Way overcharged.
My last video saying tribalism is just, we just need to get around that, man, because we're better than that. And anybody who doesn't agree with me, I just don't like them. And it's like, bro, that's tribalism in itself. The fact that you have a belief and you dislike people who have an opposite or opposed belief to yours is literally what tribalism is. I understand in this world there are groups of people who play both sides and they run everything. I get that. We've talked about that several times. But if you're going to sit there and act like tribalism isn't a thing and that there aren't factions to all this and groups with different interests, you're retarded. That's exactly what is going on here. There are...
Well, so, and another thing too is strategically, they try to isolate certain groups, certain voting blocks from voting in their own interests while advocating for, black issues, brown issues, immigrant issues, women issues, trans issues. There's one voting block that they're like, but don't worry about your issues. You guys don't matter much. You guys shouldn't be tribal. Everybody else has their own voting interests and voting blocks, but not you guys, though. That's bad. It's bad for you. Wonder why they would do that.
Yeah, how many have you heard that are cool with white genocide?
I see white genocide advocated on the daily on X.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we need another white genocide. It's silly stuff like that. But listen, advocacy for your own people is good and moral. And I would say, and that goes for my own people as well, right? Yeah, anti-tribalism only applies to whites for some weird reason. Straight. Like, I don't walk up to a black man and say, stop being part of the black community. It's not about black people. Stop being tribal, right? It's a part of your identity. It's a part of who you are. You don't need to run away from it. It's just part of nature. It's the way God made you, and you should be happy.
Are factions. Tribalism is a thing. And I don't care if you think America is a melting pot. We're a melting pot. Well, why are we a melting pot? Because we're a melting pot. Because America is a melting pot. Because
I mean, the Immigration Act of 1790 or the Naturalization Act of 1790 restricted immigration to white men of good character. So, no.
The melting pot argument largely applies to New York and all the Irish that came in.
Well, okay, but even that, okay. So I actually think that there is a gap. There is a large ethnic gap between Italians and Irish people.
Yes, there is.
That are both white, okay? And I think that they have a hard time mixing. Okay? I think ethnically Italians and Irish have a hard time mixing it, which is why they almost have like Boston is Irish, right? New York is Italian and other races. And so you have like Germany is in the Midwest, and so you have like these almost little pockets of like where they self-segregate among white people among the different ethnic groups, right? Now imagine somebody that's diametrically opposite, right? Just completely different. And I'm not even saying better or worse. I'm just saying different. They're just different. And so people prefer to be around their own types of people. It's simple. You can look at the demographic dot maps of someplace like Chicago, and you can see like, oh, Hispanics live here, blacks live here, and then whites live in the suburbs on the outside, right? You can like literally see the racial dot maps of some of these places and be like, wow, people self-segregate. Shocking.
Because a Jew came up with that term 100 years ago, and that's why we're a melting pot. I understand you don't see race, and I get that. And it's very admirable, because we were raised believing that. We were raised being taught that, and the past generations were too. And I love that. I love the idea of judging people based off their character and not on their skin color. I think that's a very admirable, good thing. And I don't hate anybody. I'm a Christian. I see everybody as God's children. I do, including Jews. I know some people might not like to hear that, but we're all God's children. But I don't think that means I have to bend over backwards and get fucked in the ass while my country and my future gets flushed down the fucking toilet. That's not what that means. But I don't hate anybody. But the idea that you don't see race, that's admirable, that's great. But race sees you. You have to come to terms with the fact that there are people in this country who not only hate you because of your political beliefs, but they hate you because you're white. And no amount of saying we're a melting pot or that I don't see color is going to save you or your daughter when she gets stabbed in the neck while she's just trying to come home from her job from a pizza parlor. No amount of that is going to save people celebrating when your son gets shot in the neck in front of thousands of people. Did you know there are people who just like the fact that Charlie Kirk died because he was white? They didn't even know anything about him, really. They looked for...
I mean, we've played the clips on here of the montages of people being like, oh, they got his white ass. They got his white ass. Oh, man, look at that. Oh, they got him. They clapped his ass, dude. Yeah. And I mean, like you said, like, you don't have to see race, but they're certainly aware of you, all right? And I don't even really believe that. I don't believe that anyone is so demoralized and subverted that they actually like don't see race. Like, I just think it's not possible. Like it's not possible within human psychology to not recognize like race and have that be a factor of your interaction with humans, right? Like, even on a subconscious level, I don't think it's possible.
I
think it's a
agree.
lie.
It is. I think that like you see even children like at a very young age before they're even taught how to act, you can see that there is still like a difference in the way that they act and treat each other. It doesn't have to be a bad thing, but it is like, it is, they do recognize that they're different and they look different.
Yep. Right. And so a lot of the times people twist Christianity to be like, well, it says to provide for the stranger and to care for the stranger. It's like, yes, that's a good Christian thing to do, to care for those that are less fortunate to you, to care for the stranger. However, that does not translate to import 30 million strangers to form rape gangs and commit Sharia law in your country. It's like, those two things are not the same, right? I think you can quite literally interpret that as being kind to people you don't know, which is the example of the Good Samaritan. Even people of other races are always deserving of kindness. However, that doesn't mean, oh, look, a brown person is sad somewhere. Guess we throw out the Constitution. Guess we don't have a right to our own country anymore, right? Those two things are not opposed to each other, right? You can be kind to the stranger. You can be loving to those in need without saying, I'm going to make this country unsafe for my children.
Well, and you see a lot of that on the left where they say, well, as a Christian, you're supposed to believe this or that. And it's like, well, you're not even even close to my faith. You don't even know what I believe. How can you tell me how I should act? And it's all about control.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's if you read the prophets in the Old Testament talking about the evil nations that they had to deal with and that constantly the evil gods that led Israel, and little g, by the way, that led Israel astray and whatnot. They were not like, oh, you know what, guys, we need to reason with the Moloch worshippers, and we need to, talk them into, burning their statues down and stuff like that. It's like, no, when there was a good king, they tore down and removed these people from their land, right? As God commanded them to do. And I think that's the history of Christianity, right? The history of Christianity is defending the West, defending their own nation states. It's the Crusades. It's the salvation of Europe with the Polish Tsars stopping the Ottoman Empire, right?
Driving out the den of vipers.
Well, I mean, Christ himself kicking people out of his own temple, right?
Exactly.
Excuses later. Race is a thing. Tribalism is a thing. I know there's some people that have this universalism ideology of what humans are and what I'm a humanist and I'm for this and I'm for peace and I'm for no factions and no tribalism. You're a fucking idiot. And that's why nothing that you believe in will ever come true, because tribalism is real. It exists on many levels, not just race, but especially politics. And we have to acknowledge these things. And all these Republicans coming out saying, I'd rather...
So I think there is also a bit of a myth of the infinite, right? So if your politics is based off of this myth of the infinite, right, it means that you can literally do everything. You can have universal health care. You can have open borders. You can have free schooling. You can have free colleges. You can have like a no debt or whatever it might be, right? However, that only works if you believe in this sort of infinite resource model. In reality is you have to take resources from someone to allow these things to happen, right? So to create this egalitarian, equitable society, right, where you have an equality of outcome, you actually just have to take from people like me and give it to sub 70 IQ Somalians, right, to attempt to make it equal. And in fact, it never will be equal, because equal, if you just break it down, means like identical, means the same, right? And two people that are not, it's like trying to make an apple and orange. Never going to happen. I'm not trying to make a ontological value distinction between the apple and an orange, but I'm simply saying you cannot convert one to the other.
I totally agree with that.
Lose. I'd rather have my society turn to shit and get lit on fire, and I'd rather my daughters be completely unsafe and my sons have no future than join forces with these neo-Nazis. Why? Because they say jokes? Why? Because when you tell them that Hitler was a bad guy, they say, can you explain why? What did he do exactly? And when they want to have a...
Well, yeah, it's like if somebody says like Hitler was like the worst, most evil person in the world, and all you have to say is, oh, did you know that he like had child brothels shut down? And they'll be like, like their worldview is like shattered by the fact that heckin' bad person did a good thing. And then they'll stammer and they'll stutter and they'll be like, oh yeah, but the Holocaust. And it's like, okay, yeah, but can you recognize that it was not all bad, that there were good things? Like there were reasons why people supported him, right? He wasn't just heckin' evil bad guy cartoon villain. Like there's obvious reasons what led up to his rise, right? And by the way, you've created those conditions here in America, so I'm like,
dialogue and ask questions, you get mad and you start foaming out the mouth like a fucking retarded dog. You look crazy. You look like a crackhead on the side of the street asking for $1. And then after you ask for $1, you start saying shit like, did you know Taylor Swift is my wife? I married a Taylor Swift, by the way. You look crazy to the younger generation. You look crazy to us. Because we're done. The idea, the message that Hitler was just a bad guy doesn't fucking work anymore. Do you not get that? And it's not just a small group of people. It's not just some...
Actually, you know what's funny is I thought of this. This is a real thing. But a boomer degenerate who retires, divorced, has kids, moves to Thailand because he can have all the sex that he wants and it's very cheap to live there, so his retirement goes a long way, complaining about his kids being radicalized or his grandchildren being radicalized while he leads like the most degenerate lifestyle imaginable, being like, oh, I wonder what this society's gone to crap as I'm over in Thailand banging ladyboys or whatnot. It's like, maybe you should look in the mirror and see what radicalized your children or your grandchildren. Come on.
There's a lot of hedonism that people engage in, and they don't even recognize it as that.
Yeah,
but and it does something to their souls. I really do believe it does.
Yeah, it's like, hey, by the way, you're the person I was warned about. Like you are a result of the society, of the degeneracy you've allowed, of you that you promulgated, that you pushed.
Fringe groups on the internet. It's a lot of people, just to let you know. All right. So it's like this idea of shaming and saying shit like, well, we won't unify with you. We don't fucking want to unify with you either. Like at that point, if you are not really about it, and if you are not really about actually.
So I think most conversations about Hitler, like with most dead people, like the person themselves doesn't actually matter. It's more of like a puzzle piece, or it's more of like a piece that people try and use, right? So on the left, or normies will be like, well, Hitler was like heckin' bad, therefore checkmate. And then people that'll be like, well, actually, maybe he wasn't so bad, so counter your checkmate, right? But it's very rarely actually about the person of Hitler, what he did, what he said, so on and so forth, right? It's more of like it's a conversation piece. He represents an ideology, right? And obviously, being on the losing side of World War II, and where a lot of people see that they see the society that the communists made after World War II, and then they just simply wonder, what would it be like if the other side, if it had gone differently, right? Yeah, it's not about Hitler. It's never about Hitler. Bro, I hope so. It's funny, right? Listen, if you could get this in front of your normie audience, PSI, that would be great.
Fixing this country and making it a safe place where we can start families and build our society, rebuild it, because essentially at this point, it's fallen. If you're not for that, we don't fucking want you on our side anyways. And I'm not saying I'm a Nazi. I'm not saying any of that stuff. I told you I was going to play devil's advocate, but I'll tell you one thing. I would rather join forces with a Nazi when it comes to this shit than somebody who would celebrate if me or my brothers died in front of the whole world. Would celebrate if my sister or my daughter got stabbed to death on a train. Would celebrate if anything bad happened to me or my family. Where do you think that leads to? It leads to this. This fuck Hitler society that we have leads to this, and it's not stopping. We've talked about earlier in past videos that things are escalating and people aren't becoming more moderate. They are being pushed to different sides, and there's different reasons for that. And I was actually going to make a whole video talking about that, and you know what? I probably still will, because it is an important topic. But this is important because of the things that have just happened the past few days. And the reason why it's important is because the older generations do not understand why Gen Z feels this way. They don't get it. And I'm here to explain to you why. The fuck Hitler society has led to this. It has led to the downfall of America. And all these people saying stuff like, I saw someone say something like, oh, we need to exclude these people that think like this, these young conservatives. We need to get rid of these young conservatives. We need to denounce them.
Yeah, they'll be so fast to... Uh-oh, am I back?
Oh, there we go.
My bad.
No, I thought it was just my connection.
No, I think it's mine. I got 1 bar, 2 bar. Okay, it got better. So yeah, no, these conservatives will be so fast to cast out their own for wrongthink while being trampled in the streets, right? It's that meme of the guy in the libertarian shirt and he's on his knees next to a conservative, and it's really up close, and just like, hey, at least the fascist didn't win. And then it zooms out and there's a pistol against his head, right? These people will be very fast to turn on their own for heckin' wrongthink. And side with evil communists who support unlimited immigration, unlimited abortions, and trans children versus somebody that's like, what, 10% too edgy? Like, get real.
them. And it's like, I hate to tell you this, motherfucker, you're 10 years too late. The future of this country is already headed in that direction. And I'm not calling for violence. I don't think violence is something that is even necessary, really. I know a lot of people said, well, what do you think all this leads to? It leads to more violence. It leads to bloodshed. And it's like, well, you're right. It does. But that doesn't mean you call for it. That doesn't mean you advocate for that stuff. That doesn't mean you fed post or want society to completely fall. Because there are a lot of people who've been commenting on my videos saying stuff like, oh, I can't wait for society to fall or for shit to hit the fan. I hope you fucking don't. And I understand a lot of you are just fucking LARPing because it sounds cool. It sounds like The Walking Dead except without zombies. Sounds cool, man. I'm totally ready for it. Are you? Do you go to the gym? Can you run a mile without passing out? Do you have a gun? Do you know how to use it? Have you been able to exercise with your gun? Because it's a big difference between shooting standing still and shooting and running around. I don't know if you know that. Do you have food? Do you know how to grow crops?
Yeah, I mean, he's making some really good points here. I think that people, the people that are hungry for blood are dangerous, and you should not be like the Bible is very clear about this. You should not be around those who are quick to shed blood, right? I think those sorts of people are dangerous not only to you but to the community and the movement as a whole. And I've known people that have advocated for violence, and you simply never associate with them again, right? Because should it ever come to it, well, I guess they'll be ready, but they'll also get you almost assuredly in more trouble than anything else, than actually be useful in some way, right?
Well, sometimes those people are also quick to turn on their own too.
Yeah, it's like you're hanging out with a psycho who is like quote unquote useful because he's violent, but then it's like, well, yeah, but he's a psycho and he's going to turn on you for not being edgy enough or whatnot. So do not associate with those sorts of people. But what he's saying here is like, oh, you want violence. It's like, you want violence on your family? You want your family to be targeted? You want, are you ready? Do you have food? Do you have water? Do you have family? Do you have friends? Do you have a community to rely upon? Or is it just this lone wolf, trans, shoot up a school type of person, right? Which is pathetic. So, I mean, yeah, you have to do what people do, and that's get into groups. And that is, I totally advocate for people meeting like-minded individuals, getting into groups, preparing themselves, being part of a church, being part of a community, starting a family, all of the normal human things you need to do, right? Don't just be isolated on a computer, typing away, getting angrier and angrier by the day, because that's not helping you. That's not helping your community. That's not helping your family. That's not helping grow you as a person. You actually have to go out, be a real human, participate in the community, and yeah, push the community forward, right? Basecamp says build a community, not possible, my dude. Where do you think you are right now? Typing on your computer screen. I know a lot of people blackpill and it's like, no, you can't meet anyone, you can't talk to anyone. I live in South Dakota where no one lives, and I know dozens of people near me that are like-minded. Dozens of people that are near me like-minded. And if you can't put out that same energy to actually meet people, to just talk to people that you're already close to, like if you're part of a church, which of course you should be, you will find no less than a dozen men who are also disgruntled with the way that society is going and probably think closer to you than you might believe at first sight, right? So it is totally possible. You just have to get out there and do it. And I get it. I'm socially awkward. I'm retarded. It's not easy for me to make friends or whatnot, but I think that sometimes you just got to get out of your comfort zone and actually do things.
In that mindset of saying it's impossible, you'll never get there.
You already lost. Yeah, congratulations. You already lost. You took yourself out of the game. It's like, that's like saying, oh, I will never find a wife. It's like, well, are you trying to improve yourself in any way, shape, or form? No? Okay, congratulations. You're right. Yeah, Normie Saxon says they want people to spurg out and lone wolf, I believe, because one guy against the system will lose. An organized, ideologically motivated mass is what the system fears. And it's not talking about being part of some splinter cell. It's just have a friend group of guys, like do normal things, be part of a community, part of a church, I don't know, play pickup basketball with your buds or whatnot, right? I guarantee you, unless you live like quite literally out again, I live in the second most remote state or the third most remote state in the US, and there are plenty of people in my AO that are like-minded, right? So I mean, I believe me, it might be difficult, and I totally understand that there might be Fed traps and there might be other things that you have to deal with, but you can't let fear paralyze you. You still have to do your thing.
Crops? Do you have water? I don't think a lot of you realize that if that were to happen, if society...
Okay, all right, listen. If you get kicked out of 109 countries, or 109 bars, sorry, at some point, I think you're just a bad drunk, okay? If you've had 4 wives, I'm just going to say it, man. You know, the common denominator there, TOS Minraiser, kind of you, bro.
Society were to completely collapse, a majority of us would die, including myself, including you, the people you love in your life. A majority of them would not be alive. So I really hope you don't actually think that. And that's why I don't advocate for violence, because violence would escalate things even further, and it would destroy this nation overnight. It would. That's how bad things are. It could do that. But if that happens, a lot of people are going to die.
Well, see, you don't need to instantly jump to a militia, but it's like, hey, do you guys want to go out and shoot guns because shooting guns is fun? Do you guys want to talk about the future and our belief systems? Like, it doesn't need to be a militia. Just like be in contact with a group of guys and be able to hang out. You know, it doesn't, I mean, you can take it to the militia, right? That's fine. You can take it to that level. It doesn't even have to be that serious, right? Do you have a network of prepared dudes that are capable and you can hang out with, right? Because that's what a community is. It doesn't need to be hyper serious. It can be, but it doesn't need to be, right?
And I don't want that. I want to.
Also, if you're in Utah, there are quite literally like thousands of young men, whether they're Mormons or not, that are prepared and ready to go.
Save this country. I don't want people to be killed, even if they think differently than me. I don't want those people to be in positions of power over me.
Noob Procrastinator, my top Semite, says, I have to call it a night, but I hope y'all enjoy the rest of the stream. On the topic of tribes, would much rather hang out here than with quote unquote my night all. I mean, that's tough too, because I know wonderful people from all racial groups, and I understand it might be difficult, like if you're Chechen, to be around other Chechens, but man, you gotta try and improve your own people too. You know, it's rough.
Be the
Imagine
change.
being Chechen.
You gotta be the change that you want to see in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Because, quite frankly, a lot of them want me to be fucking executed because I'm white. Or because I'm saying the things that I'm saying now. But what did you all think this would lead to with the younger generation? Do you think they would just be echoing the same shit that you guys have been repeating over and over? About somebody like Hitler? About something like World War II? We were the good guys. We were vindicated. We fought the bad guys. We won. Really? And I don't know, like I said, this is something you could talk about for hours on end, over and over and over again. And basically what I'm getting.
Well, so Basecamp says, I have a network, but most of them are not based. So when it comes to, I wouldn't purity spiral about being based, right? If you're like the furthest right in your group or the most extreme in your group, right? Like, don't consider it a bad thing that people aren't to your level yet, especially if you're like black pilled and angry and whatnot. People grow and move at their own speed, right? You can't take a hammer to a normie and turn him into your Ubermensch, right? It's just it's just not how that works. Listen, I have 150 people in my basement that I've taken hammers to. None of them have turned into the Ubermensch, right? It takes time, and people will wake up, and it will happen faster than you think. So I mean, it's just. I mean, it's annoying because I know like normies, right? And they're like just now being like, wow, this is heckin' wacky, John. And I'm like, yeah, where have you been? Yeah, dude, it is kind of wacky out there, isn't it, bro? Yeah. So I know it's annoying to deal with normies, but that's our job.
getting at, the point I'm trying to make, is that the fuck Hitler society that we have has led to the problems.
Listen, I've tried freezing, I've tried boiling, I've tried extreme heat, I've tried extreme cold. I've tried everything, okay? I haven't made one yet. Still working, though.
That we have, regardless of what you think about that. That doesn't mean Hitler was a great person or a good person. That doesn't mean we should do the things that he advocated for. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is the very people that say that we're Nazis and that we're evil and that Hitler was bad are the same people that are single-handedly destroying this nation. And I understand things are nuanced and it's very gray. It's a very gray area. And it's not just black and white. But you can't even have a dialogue about this. Like, this video is probably going to get banned, in all honesty. Maybe not, but it's definitely going to get shadow banned.
Well, listen, Tom, it will live on here 3 hours deep into a Focus Trip live stream. So don't you worry, good sir. It'll be remembered. It's also on Rumble too, so I got it backed up for you in case you don't.
That's what I have to say about all this. That's what I have to say about what this stuff means, what this stuff leads to. And I know a lot of you disagree. And if you made it this far into the video, and if you do disagree, explain why. Let me know. Prove me wrong. Tell me how everything I've said is completely just unreasonable and incoherent and makes no sense. Because as far as I can tell, it's just basic pattern recognition. And there's no amount of bullshit that you can say or peddle that's going to convince people from what they see. You can only do that to a certain group of people, and you can only do it for so long. But if you do disagree, let me know. Explain why. And let me know in general what you think. Let me know what you think of the texts. Let me know what you think of what I said. And I know the past couple videos I've been making have been kind of serious, and I'm not trying to be serious all the time. I'm trying to have fun too. I'm trying to be funny and just try to make lighthearted jokes about all these things, but it's kind of hard sometimes. And I'm not here to doom or blackpill. You already know how I feel about that. But I'm just here to explain what I think about all this. And thank you if you did watch. And if you learned anything, please like, comment, and subscribe. Follow me on Rumble. But thank you though. So
we appreciate it, Tom. We'll cut it off there. Give him a like, give him a subscribe. I will drop his link once again in the chat. Kyle says modern Nazis are modern knotheads and skinheads, will crush your windpipe for tobacco and attack anything non-sympathetic to their views. They're some of the most ruthless prisoners in the US. Well, good sir, you took the extremists from an extremist group and you put them in prison. Like, it's like saying violent prisoners are violent. It's like, well, yeah, that's why they're in prison, good sir. It's like the average person that the left calls a fascist, right? Because I get called a fascist, right? I get called a Nazi, right? Even though I espouse no Nazi ideals, I don't ally with fascism, right? Any of these things. However, if you take like a actual Nazi who believes these things and who has committed violent crimes and put them in prison, like, duh, they're violent. That's why they're in prison in the first place, usually.
Well, they're gangs too. Those
yeah, 100%. Well, that's people don't like to talking about tribalism. People don't like to talk about it, but in prison, it is down the line, racial tribes in a lot of places. The Light Sport for 2 says, F yeah, 4-hour stream, baby. Yeah, 4 hours and 8 minutes. Top 10 long stream, not longest. We're going to have, next week is my birthday. Next week. 1 week from today is my birthday, Saturday, the 25th. And we are going to do like an 8-hour nonsense stream. We'll play Halo. We'll have a panel on to debate. I'll see if I can get Hop and Brassfax on. We'll get a topic lined up. We'll debate something. It's going to be broken up into sections. We're going to have like a gaming section, a debate section. We'll have a react section where we look at wacky stuff, and we'll do a bunch of stuff. So I'll try to make it fun. I'll try to make it like 4 independent 2 to 3 hour streams next week.
It'll end with John in the hot tub stream with John.
It better not end up in the hot tub. All right.
Hey man, if it works for Amaranth, imagine
Amaranth has assets. I do not, unfortunately. Or actually, very fortunately. Moonman for 5 says, we cannot sing Kumbaya and hold hands. No, we can hold hands. Believe me, Moonman, we can. I have the digits. Nor is that even desirable, even if it was. Not interested in pretending it is performatively. Well, I think that's the thing, is a lot of people, like, they don't hate other people. Like the libertarian meme of just wanting to be left alone is real. People just want to be left alone. And they realize that they cannot do that if they're having diversity, transgenderism, everything else, right, from the left pushed down their throats. And they're like, well, listen, if I have to beat you to be left alone, whatever you call me, do it. I'll do it. Doesn't matter. Man will commit unspeakable violence to achieve peace. The Lightsport for 2 says, I just want the American dream I was promised. Well, good sir, the American dream, you will never have it. I'm gonna say it now. You will never have it. I will never have it. That thing that happened, honestly, only for like maybe 1 or 2 generations, will not have that. But there is a chance that we can create that for our children and their children, right? But give up on it for yourself. Realize what must be done and move on. Thank you, the Lightsboard. Moonman for 5 says, I don't want it because I want it. I want it because I know it is required. And I would rather be me and the lads do it than my kids. Not sorry, ooh to the ooh woo. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the mentality, right? Is like, realize that God has ordained you for this time in place and nation to stand against evil and to be the man you're called to be. And so you just do it. You just do it, right? No whining about no American dream, no pining for an easier life. You have an easy life right now. And it's going to get a lot harder. So pray for strength. All right. That wraps it up. 4 hours, 11 minutes in. Renan, fart reduction therapist. What do you got going on, homie?
Oh, I think I told you I got my AR-10 to run super safe. It needs some tuning. Awesome. Oh, it's sweet. But I'm running the red right hand Mar upper.
Okay,
so
cool.
I like it a lot.
Gosh dang it! What's this? Kyle going off because I do remember, yes, the first interaction we had, you were upset. I just pull up people chat and I pull it up. Okay, if I'm missing context, I apologize. Kyle, I apologize if I'm missing context to your chat. I can't read all the chat. There's still 400 people here somehow 4 hours into the stream, and so if I grab one chat message and react to it, I apologize. Okay, I don't mean to take you out of context. It just happens. It happens to everybody. This is why I called you out before, as you cherry pick and clip my conversations and misrepresent my overall intent. Only not I met weren't nice people. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, in reality, like, how many Nazis have I actually met? 2 in my entire life? Maybe 2. I think 2. I think 2 that I can actually name. Yeah.
I saw Nazis handing out flyers at a gun show once, but I also think they might have just been fifth column people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I've met like lesbians that were nice people. It doesn't mean I agree with them, right? I've had conversations with communists and Marxists, and we had cordial conversations. So, I mean, like, what do we mean generically nice people? Like, the communists can be like generically nice to you while advocating for your death, but it's like, I don't know, your faux niceness isn't that important to me, I guess. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You guys are insanely base for hanging out this long. For as long as YouTube allows us to do this. Moonman for 5 said, oh wait, no, I already read that one. Sorry, my bad. But thank you very much. But with all that out of the way, gents, I'm going to go on a walk now. I'm going to go relax. I'm going to go have a good time. All right. And I recommend everybody who's been watching this for the entire time, like, go get some exercise, go spend some time with the family, go do something productive. Because if you sat here for the whole 4 hours like me, well, I thank you for it. But Gotta get doing a little bit more than that. With all that out of the way, gents, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you in the next one. God bless.